Гамарджоба, доброго дня. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to our first event of this kind that is organized under the joint FAO EBRD project, which is focusing on things that Raymond has kindly really described in detail, so he did half of my presentation. So I'm going to speak about some technical things, but I will go just over the technologies that we are looking at, and then we will have sections devoted to each of these technologies where experts who are practicing, who are using these technologies, will describe them in more details. I'm just going to give you a general idea of where do we stand with implementation of those technologies. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't. Oh, okay. All right. So, how did we come to this project, and why is the BRD and FAO interested in this? First of all, there are two sides of the equation. One side is the consumer, or people who are worried about the environment, and the second side is the investments and the sustainability of the business in agriculture. So initially, the big concept was economic sustainability, to make sure farmers make enough money to continue their production. Second stage, we got economic, ecological and social sustainability. Ecological meaning that, okay, we lower the negative impact on the environment, and then there are enough jobs created and people have good working conditions. Later on, we went to regenerative agriculture. What's regenerative agriculture? Basically, the agriculture that not only does not have the negative impact on the environment, but also has a positive impact on the environment. And this is a big challenge for anyone who works in horticulture. We know it's a big challenge. And now we have a consumer focus. Of course, it's not maybe in Georgia yet, but in the US it's big. It's moving from Klimavore to Renewables. So basically, people consuming only products which are produced in a way that actually has a positive impact on environment and on economics. So it is a big challenge. How do we resolve this challenge? Well, the big dream is to have a fruit factory. I call it a fruit factory. You know what the factory is, a big box, you know, inside things are produced, there is no risk, right? That's what any investor wants. 15 years ago or so, I was working in Ukraine, and I worked with a lot of big investors, and all of them were mostly interested in doing things that have no risk. In agriculture, it's very difficult. I remember we looked at the project to produce potato chips, and the big investor was saying, hey, I just want a big chunk of metal that makes money. Say, okay, but you still have to grow potatoes, right? Or you have to have somebody grow potatoes for you, and that challenge we never resolved. So, fruit factory challenge. Do we really need a fruit factory? You know, maybe things are okay the way they are. What prevents us from having a fruit factory? Why don't we just build a roof and grow everything without any risks? What about the negative impact on jobs? You know, there is a lot of people worldwide employed in agriculture. If you build a fruit factory where things are all automatic, what are these people going to do? How about the quality, nutrition, and taste? Will the taste be the same as today, or will it be better, or maybe it will be worse? So these are all the challenges that we are addressing while working on these high-level technologies. So why do we need a fruit factory? I'll give you a general number that has been the main indicator of investment potential. This number is how much land can one family cultivate. 120 years ago, it was considered that one family, and people had bigger families than today, can never cultivate more than 5 hectares of land. In most cases, it was 1, 2, 3 hectares. When they got the plow with the wheel, you know, it expanded to 10 hectares. Now, today, in Ukraine, I'm not even talking about the US, one family can easily cultivate 2,000 hectares of land, right? You know, if you grow grains, there's no problem. In the US, it's even more. For livestock, for many years, it was also 2 cows, 5 cows, maybe a little more, but for one family, more cows is difficult. Then it got expanded to about 30, 40, 50 cows. Now with robotic milking, you can have 250 cow farm, sustainable and managed by one family without having to hire additional labor. And now, how about horticulture? Horticulture, we are pretty much stuck with 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 hectares. It's impossible to do more than 5 hectares of orchard without hiring additional labor, right? Because you need pickers. So this is why we need a fruit factory, because the population expands. Fruits and vegetables, even the vegetables are usually cheaper, but they're still pretty expensive. This limits the consumption. And fruits are very expensive compared to the staples, right? So it's an expensive category. And this is one of the reasons why we are looking into creating a fruit factory. So, which technologies are we going to be considering that we think could potentially help us move into a greener, more sustainable, more socially responsible horticulture with limited impact on the environment? Vertical farms and wider use of protected cultivation. So for many years I've been saying that I think eventually all agriculture may move under some kind of a protection or a roof. Automation or improvement of decision making using meteorological stations, sensors and other digital tools, including the artificial intelligence. This is a big factor. But I'm going to talk about it later. Drones or UAVs. Another technology is subsurface irrigation and impulse irrigation, robotization, renewable energy sources, and bioprotection. And also, of course, we are looking into the green logistics along the whole value chain. So I'm going to speak quickly about each of these technologies. Also there are other elements, but we are considering these ones as the main technologies at the moment. So I will start with the technology, and I know many people will disagree with me, but I think this is the technology that may become a game changer. This is subsurface drip irrigation and subsurface drip impulse irrigation. Why is this technology going to be a game changer? Because it could make a big improvement in all of the aspects we spoke and all of the aspects that Raymond spoke about. It could lower negative impact on the environment. It could save all resources, water, fertilizers. It could help us reduce the use of chemicals for protection. It could help us reduce the number of energy we use to pump the water. So, many aspects. And for countries where water is limited, specifically in Central Asia, where we also work, this project works in Central Asia, it could be a main game changer. For Moldova, where water is scarce, it's going to be a game changer. And actually for other countries where you have a limited supply of high quality water. I think Marite is going to speak today about the quality of water as the main factor for very good and efficient horticulture. It could lower risks, and as I mentioned, it could also improve the yields of crops. So you can get more from a more limited area, and the safety of the product would be higher. So it could also be integrated with digital tools to make it even more efficient. At the moment, we have a very little experience in the region, but that's the negative side. Very high upfront investment, but it's not prohibitively expensive. And then it's now mostly used in the field crops. So already big investors are understanding the benefits of it. And Ukraine is the clear leader in the adaptation of these technologies, although Ukraine does not have the major problem with water of the countries in this region. But you can already see thousands and thousands of hectares of subsurface drip irrigation installed in Ukraine. Impulse irrigation is even more efficient, but you know, I will let Sergey speak about it. Horti drones, let's give it a big picture. You know, it flies above your orchard, so you can see big picture. So you can have a better, faster identification of various types of problems. Not everywhere, because some fields and orchards are covered, but on uncovered ones, it definitely could be a significant improvement. You can also lower the use of chemicals. You can use it more efficiently. For example, if it's wet, you've got rain, you cannot go into the field. With drones, you can still spray or apply bioproducts. You can use it along the whole value chains, because the drones fly even in the storage facilities or in the logistics centers. And actually, they're being used in the logistics centers a lot. So you look at drones as something that doesn't only work outside, but also inside. And then when we speak about drones, it doesn't mean it has to fly, because there are also drones that go on the wheels. So basically robots. And, you know, it has positive impact on soils. However, it's at the startup phase. It focuses mostly on the field crops because it's big. The people who buy a $50,000 drone, they want to make sure it pays back quickly. So they go for people who have, instead of 1 hectare of orchard, they go to somebody who has 10,000 hectares of corn, for example, you know, because it's natural. However, we are trying to promote testing of the drones in horticulture, and we're going to do a lot of testing this year. And we are going to post the results on Eastfruit page and also on YouTube channel. Automation in decision making. We also have a very good presentation today, so I'm gonna just pretty much skip it because you will hear it. But basically, this is the most advanced technology in terms of how it's used. In Ukraine, every orchard that is producing export quality fruits has meteo station, has soil sensors, has leaf sensors, and all kinds of other sensors. Everybody. In Georgia, I know that quite a few people also have it. So it's something that already works. And I've seen meteorological stations here, and they could be integrated with many other things. So it's something that's already happening. You just need to learn about it, because there are many things about these technologies that people don't know. You know, there's additional knowledge required, and adaptation, because the programs that exist, they do not really analyze the local conditions very well. So you need to adopt the technologies to varieties, to crops, to local conditions. Robotization. Well, it's very simple with robots. It's a dream of every farmer. So you don't have to hire anybody. You just let the robots do the work. However, and they can work around the clock at night while you sleep, hopefully. So you can get a better quality of produce, lower losses, and lower costs. However, it's still very far from being used here. There are several orchards in the world where robots are working, where they're picking fruits, mostly big fruits like apples and pears. There are a lot of advancement in robotic picking of strawberries, which is happening in the US mostly because labor is very expensive. But and also I've seen the prototypes that are pretty good at doing the pruning of the trees. However, I think it's still, pretty far away from here, and also we're looking at the cost of labor versus the cost of a robot. So for the countries of Central Asia, Eastern Europe, maybe it's even further away. However, this is something that may be already used in a very, very high level products, expensive products like the same strawberries, seasoned strawberries, for example. Vertical farms. Vertical farms, they actually do exist in Georgia, and quite a few of them. It's probably the highest level of protected agriculture, although Marite claims it's nothing new. It existed for many years, but now it's a hyped up type of business, so we're gonna pay attention to it. We think we already see it making some change in the market of herbs. However, this is something that has a lot of potential, but is still a long way to go in terms of development and adaptation of the technologies. So it's at the startup page. Most people who invest in these startups and vertical farms beyond Eastern Europe lose money. In Eastern Europe, people actually make money. So this is a big phenomenon that, for example, in Rome, at the headquarters of FAO, a lot of people don't understand. They say, hey, this technology doesn't work. And then they talk to people here in Ukraine that make money using this technology and using this approach. And so this is not about the technology. When we say vertical farms, we do not mean the technology, we mean the business model. So today's presentations are going to focus not on the technology, but on the approach, on the business model. Sometimes if you change the business model, the technology that looks hopeless will become very, very profitable. Let's see. Pooling, green logistics. We should not forget about logistics because 120 years ago, it cost as much to transport, 1 ton of grains 50 kilometers away from the farm as the grain itself. In today's world, the grain gets shipped anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. It costs only about $20 to ship it anywhere in the world, maybe $40 sometimes. For horticulture, logistics are expensive. You lose freshness, you lose product, and we have some very, very good solutions, proven solutions that do not exist in Georgia, do not exist in Moldova, do not exist in Uzbekistan and other countries. It exists in Ukraine, could be improved. So we're going to speak about the pooling system of foldable boxes as one of the elements of green logistics. So I'm skipping this because we have a very good pioneer of this technology speaking about it. Renewables. Very simple. It works. The cheapest energy you get today is not the nuclear energy anymore. It's solar energy and it's wind energy. It could be integrated in the horticulture value chain. You can get independence, autonomy, it's ecological. There is opportunity for synergy of two businesses, electricity generation, agriculture. You can get energy at remote locations. You can have SMI or fully protected agriculture as a result of agrophotovoltaics. And the limitation there is a very expensive cost of storing the electricity. So this is something that is being optimized, and once this energy cost, storage cost will goes down, it will immediately become extremely useful even for things like greenhouses. Bioprotection. Let the nature do the job. For many years, there's been a lot of wrong kind of messages about bioprotection, but now there was a lot of R&D because of the Green Deal in the European Union, which limits use of the chemicals, but also because people discovered that using bioprotection sometimes is cheaper than using chemical protection and actually more efficient. So Sergey today is going to give us some examples of that. Of course, it's a huge positive impact on everything, but a lot of stereotypes that exist prevents wider use. So I have a dream, just imagine that all of these technologies are combined, and let's say we are growing late variety of sweet cherries, fully covered, with semi-transparent solar panels to extend the harvest, generating electricity, which runs the pumps, meteorological stations and sensors, subsurface irrigation, and fertigation system, and the decisions are made based on the readings of the sensors by artificial intelligence maybe. And the protection is fully using the biological methods, and the cherries are, drones fly around and apply chemicals, or actually bioprotection means. And it's picked by robots at nighttime because it's cooler, and into the pooling boxes and shipped super fresh to the supermarket the same morning. I don't know how far away this technology is, but could be, some elements of it coming here pretty soon. Thanks very much for your attention. I think I will not take any questions because we will have, on each of this technology, we will have an expert answering the questions much better than I can. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank
you very much indeed for such a comprehensive presentation. Dear guests, I would like to say that our program is divided into blocks, and to present the next block, I want to invite international consultant of FAO, Marian Saldadze. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all very much for coming. I will lead only this part of the conference, and we will end this conference with the panel discussion. However, Zviad Bubukashvili will start this panel. He is the very well-known specialist in Georgia. All farmers that I spoke to, they knew him, and at the same time, he represents the, he is the head of the horticulture department. Thank you all very much. Thank you indeed for such a presentation of me, an introduction of me. You made me flash and blush. And thank you to organizers. Thank you to Ekaterina, Andrei, who is very active in this regard. I will try to speak today about the general views that are linked to progressive approaches to horticulture in the limits of the culture of the agriculture development.
თავისთავად დადასტურებული ფაქტია, რომ
It is a fact that climate changes take place in the world. However, when we talk to Georgian farmers, very often they ask two questions: how real the climate changes are in Georgia, and what is the negative effect that they might expect? What are the risks for horticulture, for fruit gardens, and what can be done in a short-term and long-term perspective, and how it all may help us, if we use the technologies. As a result of the research, we established that if we look at two periods, and if we look at the indicators and parameters, and all of that actually covers the period between 1956 to 85, and then 95, we see that the temperatures increase permanently, not only in Georgia, in eastern part, but in the western too. So I have data for two regions, Kakheti and Imereti, and you will see that the delta of average temperatures is quite visible and obvious. So we have some similar features in terms of precipitation as well. You see that in some periods we have, pluses, in some periods we have minuses, which means that the tendencies that exist, they become variable and they change quite often. Now, what can we say here and conclude? We see that for these periods, the average temperatures increased by 0.14. In Imereti it is 0.59, and the temperatures increase in the period between June to October. In November, December, temperatures slightly decline, but in August temperatures increased by almost 0.5 degrees. So it can be viewed as a small change, but if you do the calculation and estimate all over the year, then it's quite extensive. Now, as to precipitation, the annual precipitation decreases in the named periods. So we have the peak extremes of precipitation and temperatures, which means that we have days when we have more hot drought days, and we have periods which are very rich of precipitation, and actually we see these changes in these areas as well. So generally, in addition to this condition, we have some forecast models that are prepared by the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture's National Environmental Agency. We see what these forecast models look like, and in some places we see that temperatures drop as well as the precipitation. As to the future period and forecast, we see that the annual precipitation decreases, and in the remaining 3 seasons we have the decline, and this decline is absolutely obvious in spring and summer periods. Well, I will not talk about other periods. You can see it on the slide. You see that the conditions there change, and these changes are quite obvious and evident in our country, in all regions, I'd say. Now, how can it affect the productivity? First of all, it's the thermal stress that affects the yields, and the solar radiation increases, and the solar burns and thermal burns increase, especially in apples, peaches, in blueberries. The droughts periods increase, and that means that the importance of irrigation systems increases definitely. Temperatures change, and they lead to pathogens that are adversely affecting the plants, and pests, of course, there will be more, they increase.
Also, the cycle, the duration of the cycles of the high temperature days increases, which is very also the snow cover period is also decreasing, which is very concerning. This can be observed also. The abnormal precipitation increases, the high the precipitation, and in West Georgia during a day we would have seen 100 millimeters the precipitation, which gives rise to the floods, and also the hot winds are also becoming stronger, which reduces the yield and has negative effect on the fruit quality, as well as reduces the surface area of the leaves. So this can be associated with considerable difficulties and issues. As regards the progressive elements use and what can be done to overcome and address all of the aforementioned. Of course, the drip irrigation has been introduced in the fruit gardens, but the smart technologies is crucial, very important. The precision irrigation requires relevant monitoring of the soils, of the fruit, and respective sensors to be used, and the smart taps to be used also. This is one of the significant approaches for the maintaining the moisture in the soil, for saving the water. The regulated deficiency irrigation, so-called method, is desirable and perhaps would be necessary. Furthermore, we to a certain extent work in this direction, and we will also address this. This multi-picture analysis for the optimization of the irrigation and the fertilization, the unmanned devices, UAVs use was mentioned, also the voltage use, which means especially in the intensive the gardens, the systems the implementation and is important. That would be for the protection against hail firstly, and also to produce electricity. And perhaps a direction which has been quite a subject of the lively discussion lately, which is the digital ecosystems creation by means of various applications and software. The unmanned the tractors, etc., has also been very interesting. As regards the Scientific Research Center for Agriculture, organization is working in many different directions. As regards the precision technologies, we have a specific direction, the outline of the project, which primarily means the satellite and drone information use for the agrotechnical activities optimization in the gardens. And in relation to this, the main objective of the project is that usually the spectral analysis enables the drone or the satellite imagery. We always have certain errors, and validation of those errors and validation and adapting to the practice is very important goal of the project. The spectral analysis, wide variety, and I won't overburden you with this information. In our pilot research, we had one plot, and the satellite photos have been used primarily. Of course, you can see on this picture the NDMI index, which is a moisture index, measuring index, and this is a normalized difference index of the moisture. For interpretation of this index, we have certain ranges, and usually the spectral analysis enables us to differentiate the area and to identify the frequency of respective massive spectrum. And for instance, to look at this picture and example, we can see that the blue spectrum, which is 0607, does not require the watering, irrigation, while in other areas and sections there is a high humidity, and respectively this is very interesting for the irrigation. But another detail that needs to be specified is for us to look via sensors what happens in an garden, in the soil, and to observe the correlation, the satellite multi-spectral analysis, and the actual and real situation on site. Furthermore, we have examined the NDVI, the vegetation index, which is the most well-known one in this area. There are different scales of development. It's interesting to note that the methodology, and of course it has been mentioned also that it is well adapted to the annual crops, but when it comes to the perennial, the adaptation, additional research is necessary in order for it to reflect the actual picture. We have examples of the examination of this index. For instance, it shows the actual situation on our area. The higher the indicator, the better the plants develop, although not always so. The given analysis, this is a 10 by 10 pixel basis, and research center is continuing this research. We are open to any organizations who have the capacity for the spectral analysis research, and we will be happy if there will be the cooperation in this respect as well. As regards the challenges, I would like to also speak about challenges. Of course, on the one hand, the situation is very interesting and very promising, but we have to also consider there are so many questions that are arising from the farmers. I have sort of brought them together in this slide, and will try to address those. The standard questions are, for instance, the meteo stations use, during that some treatment is necessary, while due to the precipitation they are unable to, and etc. etc. Sometimes the meteo stations advise more treatment than they do. Then it doesn't make sense to install them. Also, according to the sort of recommendation, more fertilizer is required, and it's associated with more costs, etc. etc. I have listed all of those questions and issues because as with the increase of the technologies, we have to be better ready for addressing and answering such questions, and we have to be aware that such questions will arise by all means, and the respective solutions should be there. And the precision fruit growing, the technology is helping in decision making, and they have issues with the actual implementation. So these are some of the issues. If we look at the precision fruit growing key components, which I have here, the main part is the decision-making system. Therefore, perhaps one of the priority directions should be also the implementation-wise, the enhancement of the sector, to make sure that there is no disproportional development of the sector, to enable good decisions that are also implemented versus the current challenges, and also what can be the possible directions for addressing the issues and questions. I think that one of the best ways is a practical demonstration. The better platform for persuading and convincing the farmers in the usefulness of this. Of course, there is no other than this. Also to note that precision components require additional adaptation researches and the acceptability towards raw technologies in Georgia, being a small country, unfortunately gives rise to unfavorable results because it gives rise to the discrediting of the idea, and therefore it would be desirable for technologies to be well processed and developed at a practical level before it reaches the consumers. Also, of course, the change is very important to avoid the situation when the sensors are installed and then the sensors cannot be replaced. One of the issues with the sensors is that they can be out of order as a result of the tractors effect or a human factor, and I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to convene here because it has to be addressed to avoid any such gaps in the use of the application of the sensors. Some of the directions of precision agriculture can be divided into the short-term and the long-term ones. And firstly, in our opinion, the agro-meteo stations is very important, which will bring the approaches closer to the farmers, and the adaptation will take place. There is a very successful experience of the use of the meteo stations as regards the notification and reporting of the threats, which will be very important, and the unmanned, spraying is very interesting direction also, and we can share certain opinions with this respect as well, and the spectral analysis that we have already addressed. Of course, the fertigation irrigation systems, automatization, and the smartphones and various applications use in the short run is manageable, and they're realistic, as well as the installation of various the humidity measure sensors. And long term is immediate monitoring of pathogens, the point sort of the section specific the treatment facilities, and of course this is our dream to have the unmanned, not only the drones but also the unmanned tractors, as well as the some etc. etc. But this is all under long range solutions, and initially sort of focusing on the shorter term possibilities will be very effective for all the players and the parties involved in this sector. Lastly, I wanted to highlight the resources related to the precision agriculture. Of course, there are the free public domain resources, and those beginners who are interested in getting to know with this spectral analysis, the free of charge platform, as well as precision, the fertilizing system online resource, as well as a virtual teacher drone operation, this app, as well as the weeds and the pest identification calculation platform, as well as a meteor resource for the weather forecast, Meteo Blue. This is all I wanted to address as part of my presentation. I would just recall another something with respect to the new smart precision technologies, and I was just recalling that 21 years have passed since the first drip irrigation was put in place in the fruit gardens in Georgia, and quite an audience was there, and when we made the presentation, the attitude from them was negative. They were sort of criticizing who would sort of keep these pipes in place, while of course currently non-use of the drip irrigation is just unimaginable when putting up the new gardens respectively. When we dream, we have to realize realize that sooner or later it will become the reality. I'm very happy that this conference is going to considerably contribute to this and will help take significant step towards this direction. Thank you very much for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will be happy to address them. A question to you, Mr. Zviad. Agrovoltaics is what I want to ask about. You had this one of the points under the long-term future technologies possible in Georgia. Agrovoltaics is what I would like to ask about, and agrivoltaics. And what do you think? Do you think that the agrivoltaics is similar at this stage as it was 20 years ago with respect to the drip irrigation? A very good question on agrivoltaics. I would just like to note that on this topic, about 3 years ago, we had Korean specialists visiting, and they were the ones who suggested this idea. And back then, it was out of the fiction realm. Although, if we consider the current developments, the trends, also if we consider that the use of solar panels is in a quite active phase and the price is also lowering, very interesting startups have been launched in this direction. The so-called sort of thin solar batteries, and quite interesting project in Europe should be noted, and therefore I would not say that this is a long run, and in the nearest future there will be certainly some first steps taken in this respect, and I in general think that with respect to the green economy this will be very, very significant contributor, because they were talking about the sort of working and the tilling, etc. Perhaps this is electric tractors that would be, and respectively the batteries should be charged for those. By all means, it will be linked to the agrivoltaics, and therefore I would not say that this is a far future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Olga Lialuk, who is not in person with us, although we have her video recording, who is a FAO consultant and who is a PhD in the direction in the field which will be the focus of her presentation, who will speak about the meteo stations, sensors and automatization systems.
Добрый день, уважаемые гости и коллеги. Рада приветствовать.
მოგესალმებით, პატივცემულო კოლეგებო, კეთილი იყოს თქვენი მოგზანება ამ შეხვედრაზე. საერთაშორისო კონსულტანცი FAO-ი გახლავართ. მე მინდა მოგითხროთ იმ შესაძლებლობების შესახებ, რომლებიც მწარმოებლებისთვის არსებობს მეტეოსადგურების გადამცემების და მხარდაჭერის სისტემების თვალსაზრისით და ხილის წარმოების თვალსაზრისით. თუ გავითვალისწინებთ, რომ დასაწყისში არ საჭიროებს დიდ ფართობებს, ამონაგები ინვესტიციაზე არის ძალიან სწრაფი და ყოველ წელს იზრდება იმ მწარმოებლების რიცხვი, რომელსაც სურს ამ ტექნოლოგიების გამოყენება და რისი მიღება სურთ მეწარმეებს, რომლებიც აპირებენ მოყვანას კენკროვანი და ბოსტნეული და ხეხილის მოყვანას. პირველ რიგში მათ სურს მოგების მიღება. Როგორ შეიძლება?
Для данной культуры, с данного
the and the use of the minimum amount of resources to reduce the prime cost, and another parameter is the quality of the products. Everyone wants to get high quality products to have the highest price received for them. What a farmer has to do for this, to ensure this. Of course, throughout the entire period, the plants should be in the optimal condition of the environment and ambient, and only in this case the quality of the products will be highest. Moreover, the measures should be taken for the minimizing the damage and losses. What are the risks involved? First of all, these are the surprises that the weather can offer, and the majority of the agricultural crops are sensitive to the high temperature and the low precipitation, as well as the frosts, etc. And particularly if this happens during the critical phase of the development, this results in the reduction of the yield and other unfavorable effects. As regards monitoring for the pests and this takes quite a lot of time for the agronomists, and the performing of the measures, of course, depends on the experience and the capacity and the skills, and these can reduce, if not manage, the quality and the amount of crops. Of course, the used resources are very important. The quality water, the fertilization, electricity, they have the lion's share in the production. As regards the non-rational or the excessive use, results not only in the losses, monetary losses, but also affects the environment, product, and ultimately on the human health. As regards the human factor, it has important effect. The traditional agriculture involves the presence of the farmer on the field and observing and following all the stages. And with the increase of the area, of course, it becomes harder and harder to manage by human, respectively. The application of the meteo stations, of the results in addressing the risks, and also it enables to look into the realm, into the world of the plants, which may not be visible to human eye. Also to look at the environment that affects the growth and the development of the plants, and to transform the sensor readings into the figures. And what does this result in with respect to it's very important that at every stage of the development they plant to be in optimal conditions for as long period as possible. In the open field, some of the parameters, environmental, we can address and even impact, and such as the wind, the direction of the wind and its strength and the precipitation, we can't have impact on, but we can somehow mitigate the effect and protect the plants, for instance, against the frosts, as well as add to the field respective products if the ambient air is higher than 30 degrees, etc., etc. Also, some preparations and products can be applied, and the treatment can be performed for the prevention or mitigation of risks that can have negative impact on the crops. And furthermore, the parameters such as that we can not only impact on, but also the control and maintain maintain in best measures. This is the humidity, the temperature of the soil, like when to water and how much, and to also the monitor the fertigation. What is the system of monitoring and for decision making? It is comprised of several segments, which is the sort of hardware, such as the meteo station sensors, etc., and program part, software part, which is the software that analyzes the data from and gives the indication as to the possibility, likelihood. Usually, the farmer can get this information via the web interface, either email or another manner. There is a huge number of the companies that produce the meteo stations and sensors, and they also offer software that can help farmers with their processes. With respect to the specific equipment, it depends on the objective of a company and the servicing of the equipment, and most importantly, in my view, this is a presence of official representative within a country. Majority of producers offer the 4 types of the sets of the meteo stations, of the initial sort of level, the relative humidity, etc., etc. This is about 1,300 USD for the station. And additional sensors can also be added. The second type of meteo station is of the high-level meteo station, which is very flexible, is configurable, depending on the customized according to the demands of the customer, and a number, different number and variety of sensors can also be installed. And of course, on the downside, this is about over 5,000 USD per station, and also another downside is that a special and knowledgeable specialist is required, or a service company should be used that would help to interpret this data and for agri-monitoring. Of course, this is associated with additional costs. Virtual meteo stations, client selects any point on the map and gets the information of the parameters of the ambient environment. The not high cost, annual 200 USD. Precision of the data depends on the placement of the meteo stations, and if there is a special terrain on the field, of course, this would not be recommended by me. 4 type of the meteo station, this is a the narrow specialization. This is stations for the measuring of the parameters of soil, including the moisture and humidity. Relatively low cost, from 600 to 1,200, and as regards the recommendations for small producers who have 1 or 2 crops and want such technology, of course, such beginner stage would be advisable, and for those who have different and variable the terrain, high level would be recommended meteo stations for those, and stations for the measuring of the parameters of soil. Moreover, the software should be noted that calculates, analyzes, and provides a graphic representation of the field measurings. Oftentimes, it enables the free of charge. They enable free of charge demo versions to enable the clients to get familiar with the interfaces, software, etc. The access to the readings and analytical calculations, such as the observation, etc., the monitoring of the weather is free of charge or is extremely low cost. And furthermore, it's necessary to pay for the storage of the data on the server, which is from $50 and over per year, depending on the number of the sensors, as well as the module for the weather forecast. This can be diagrams, graphs, etc. Furthermore, I wanted to speak about the additional software products that are offered by producers. They are the for fee. First one, I wanted to speak about it. This is the module for forecasting of the weather conditions and the meteo forecast service. With the help of this, the current weather conditions can be followed, the short-term weather, 1 to 5 days and up to 14 days weather forecast, as well as storing of the meteorological data for the future periods. And based on such stored and accumulated data, the calculation and the likelihood of various weather can be calculated. The unfavorable conditions, the frost, low temperatures, floods, etc. The next module is the module of fertigation and irrigation. It's very important to possess and pay for, because it enables the tracking of the humidity change, temperature change, and the individual sensors, and for all sensors at the same time. And this module enables farmers to take more effective decisions with respect to the irrigation, fertigation, of course, based on their respective reports and the graphs. The next module I wanted to focus on is a module of the forecast of the diseases and the pests, and it would depend on the past and current parameters of environment and the modeling of the diseases and the pests, and it can respectively alert the farmers about the diseases as well as the of the pathogen or pest. And the use of the sensors and enables the organization of distant monitoring over the condition of the plants, as well as identify history of all processes and weather factors and critical phases for their development and for subsequent analysis. And with the help of the fertigation and the irrigation module, the decisions can be made effectively and for improvement of the quality of the production. Reduce the use of very precious and high-value products, and respectively the reduction of the prime cost. Also 30 to 50% increase of the decrease of the irrigation water and electricity, as well as 22% decrease of the fertilizers and about 15% decrease of the various inputs and the plant protection. And the use of such systems has enabled to reduce 1,000 USD per hectare per year reduction of the cost, which is very considerable cut of the cost. Of course, the reduction of the frequent response to the rapid response to the weather condition, as well as the reduce the number of the crops that of the production and the harvest that is not in proper condition. As regards the problems and the gaps and the issues, this is relatively novel. It is applied in the universities and scientific organizations. Main gap and deficiency is the absence of the national producers of the equipment and modules for the supporting of the taking decisions about the fruit and vegetable field, and interpret and understand this data, because this is quite difficult process. And the absence of the specialists, the meteo stations and the sensors, this is not the ready products. This is not like a mobile phone that is ready for use upon the purchase. They have to be installed appropriately on the field, and of course calibrated. Some of the sensors should be calibrated dependent on the and another gap and downside is that they have the certain life sort of, and some are good for 10 years, while others can only last and be good and operational for 2 years. And lastly, in conclusion, I wanted to say that the fruits, berries and vegetables production without the meteo station data for aiding the decision making, I would compare with the GPS, with the driving without GPS navigation and without a panel. And of course it's possible, but where are we heading? How much resources are left? When they should be filled? In which quantities? And what the issues may await the immediate or the relatively urgent steps to be taken. Of course, experience, knowledge and intuition would be the resources we would rely on, which of course cannot ensure the sustainable and the prospective business, respectively the use or non-use of the data of the system from the systems is up to each of you. Thank you very much for your attention. Our next speaker is Mr. Sergei Ba, who represents Ukraine and Moldova, has experience of working on both markets. Also, he is a FAO international consultant, and he will speak about subsurface irrigation systems. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, I want to give you some information about such way of irrigation which was mentioned before. It's subsurface drip irrigation, which can be, it's my personal opinion, and I will try to prove it, can be a game changer in agriculture. It's not a new technology. This technology first of all, I know that some investors are in this conference, and my question, have you ever seen return of investments during 1 year? Many of you will say it's impossible, it's crazy. But I will give you some cases that prove that it's possible, and this investment is investment in SDI, subsurface drip irrigation. The technology subsurface drip irrigation is not new. It's first system was installed several thousand years ago, and here in this slide you can see even first dripper which founded by a very famous archaeologic sheikh. Which was founded by a very famous archaeologic sheikh in the territory of modern Iraq and Israel. The comeback of technology was in 1959 in the USA, and broad use of technology was when companies started to produce integrated emitters with root guard technology. What is root guard technology? I will say a little bit later. And with pressure compensated drippers. One more issue, this technology will develop much faster with implementation of precision farming. Here, the example where I want to show how the return of investments can be so quick. It can be done during one season. This is examples from tomato growing. Tomato growing in these economical calculations, you see the growing on 3 different ways of irrigation. First one is regular drip irrigation on annual drip lines, which we use with 6 mil drip lines, which we should change each year, and laying on the surface of the soil. Second one is subsurface drip irrigation. It's a real case in a field where tomato, you can see the photo, was planted on subsurface drip irrigation. And pulse irrigation. Pulse irrigation is completely new technology which allows to save even more water and fertilizers. It's mean irrigation with small pulses, let's say 2-3 minutes with intervals which determined by sensors in the soil. There are several sensors we can use, and I prefer to use the aspiration sensors, which measure aspiration down by the roots of the plant. Somebody likes to use moisture sensors, but never go. So, and in this table, you can see that we have the same price for the seeds, for the seedlings, and already we have different expenses on irrigation. And SDI and the pulse irrigation, we have much less expenses of the maintenance of the system because we need less labor, less people. We don't need to repair the drip lines damaged by the soil insects and birds and other animals. We also have a difference in water use, approximately 30%, less water. We have different in pesticides application. First of all, it's less weeds, I will show in the other slides. We have in because of 10 centimeters of top layer was not wet, it was dry. So less weeds. We have also less fungicides application because of the dry soil. The less diseases infect our tomatoes. So we have less expenses on fuel because less sprayings. We have less labor costs. Here, the main figures is, you can see, is here. The payback is less than 1 season. So we have, and during 10 years, the system actually can work more than 10 years. We have SDI system which work more than 30 years already. And during 10 years, you pay back your investments many, many, many times. You know, I know that in Georgia you have a lot of hazelnuts, and that's why I show this example, because I think it can be interesting for Georgia. For example, this is from Italy. There are some good examples also from Spain with hazelnuts on subsurface drip irrigation. You can see the location of the drip lines. You can see in the photo. It's 1.5 meter from the plant, from both sides. First of all, the yield harvesting of this field was in 4th year. This is much earlier than on regular drip irrigation. The yield was 20–40% higher, and the quality of the product was better. It was 30% less empty shells, because it was much, we could regulate soil moisture in much better way, which is critically important for the hazelnuts. And quality premium. And extra investments in compare with regular drip irrigation was only 300 euro per hectare. It's not much. As example, is I know that you have also walnuts. It's example from Ukraine. It's first walnuts which was installed in Ukraine on 56 hectares surface in Izmail. It's near the border with Romania. Andrei, the owner of the orchard, was start harvested on 4th year. It was 2 varieties, as far as I remember. It was Chandler and Fernor. What we can say about these orchards? Less maintenance costs. It was needed only 1 person was operating with the irrigation system. In fact, you can be without this person, even without it. You can the owner can do it through smartphone, but anyhow you need to put fertilizers in the tanks. You need to dissolve it, and so the caliber of the nut was much better. And the harvesting system is much easier. Harvest because all your drip lines in the soil. Nothing. You don't need to take care about drip lines on the top, or if you have sprinkle irrigation, it's even more complicated. As a result, next field he planted, 90 hectares, was planted on subsurface drip irrigation. We have also, as I told, good examples of application of subsurface drip irrigation on tomatoes. We have examples from Turkey. Here you can see the photo where we got 140 hectares for 48 tons per hectare of yield in contrary to 112 of drip irrigation. And also we have a good example from Ukraine, where we had 220 hectares of organic tomatoes on subsurface drip irrigation. In this case, why owner use subsurface drip irrigation? Just because, first of all, because in organic growing you must take care about many factors, and the weed control and disease control is critical. And that's why the growing before the war, we had experience of 3 years of organic production of tomatoes on subsurface drip irrigation. It was quite positive. one of extra benefit, if we are talking about growing tomatoes for tomato paste, the harvesting issue is also important. And on subsurface drip irrigation, it's much easier than when you have drip lines on the top of the soil. I want to say more, we mentioned also in previous presentation about ecological aspects. We should leave our land and our water resources for our next generations. And when we have subsurface drip irrigation or pulse irrigation, we have also many ecological aspects, because we don't use so many pesticides, we save our water. And what is the problem with fertigation on a classical drip irrigation? A lot of nitrogen, of nitrites, are moving with our irrigation water, with the gravity water, down and pollute our ponds, rivers, with nitrates, with phosphates and other things which is not so pleasant. The decision, as I told already, is less evaporation, less herbicide use because water, surface is dry, and less water use, because water, it was very interesting presentation of Zviad that year by year we had more and more, we'll have more and more problem with the water, availability of water. Maybe it's not so critical in Georgia. In our countries, in Ukraine and Moldova, it's critical. It's becoming more and more critical year by year. But the resource of water, and when you save 30%, it's very important. And also, in many cases, the pumping heights, pumping costs is very high. For example, when you should pump 120 meters up, the saving 30% of the pumping costs can become critical for making decisions to grow crop or not to grow. And about pulse irrigation, this technology allows to minimize washing out of fertilizers and pesticides almost to zero, because on this technology we avoiding completely our gravity water. We irrigate only water which can be held by capillaries of the soil. And the thing is very important is quality of the products is higher. And this is in our competitive world, it becomes very critical issues. I told you, let's summarize the advantages of SDI. It's water saving, fertilizer saving up to 20%, yield increase up to 30%, quality is higher, much less disease, weed pressure less, and the minimum impact of external factors like solar radiation, damage by birds and animals, and less maintenance cost, up to 60% less maintenance cost we have on subsurface drip irrigation. And one factor which may be not actual for Georgia right now, it's reuse of wastewater. In some countries it's widely used, and it's also very important. Also, when we place drip lines in the soil, we have much better wet and 46% more volume of wetland area in compare when we have drip lines on the surface of the soil. We have much better root development because it's a much better, well-balanced composition of soil, air, and water in the soil. soil aeration, which help to develop the roots in much better way. And much better efficacy of irrigation injections. What I mean, for example, in our area, we had irrigation system which are using for many years, for more than 30 years. And with irrigation, we put a lot of sodium in the soil. And sodium is really impact very much of physical properties. Water penetration is much worse, water movements, and we face the problem that we should introduce gypsum or chemical means such as, for example, I used for injections combination of heptagluconic acid and calcium lignosulfonate. And it helped to wash out sodium. And what I mentioned in my practical experience, that the efficacy of these meliorative injections was much better on subsurface drip irrigation than in regular drip irrigation. Of course, there is no ideal technologies. And many people say that, oh, I've heard that there is a bad experience of subsurface drip irrigation application. You know that we should account in our decision making that subsurface drip irrigation is only part of whole technology of all system of growing. And changing only one part, thinking about changing of one part is not enough. We should think widely. We should think about all process of growing. It's that's why what the weak points we have with subsurface drip irrigation. It's high cost of mistake. We must study our source data much more carefully. We go much deeper in our design of irrigation system. We should put attention to every detail, which is very important. We should select equipment which we will use in drip irrigation system much more carefully. And as I told before, we should integrate the system with all agronomical issues, such as crop rotation, kind of soil tillage, and fertigation. We should for sure make a granulometric analysis of the soil. We should analyze how much clay, sand, and silt we have in our soil, to select the distance between the drippers and what the depth of the boring of the drip lines we can have. We should take into account soil topography, water source analysis, which water do we have? Sometimes when I saw the soil water analysis, I told the people, that investors, that you can't irrigate with those water, so just skip it. And very important is crop rotation. Which crops are you growing? If you, of course, when you have orchards, it's not an issue. But when you grow vegetables, it's very important to understand which crops you have in crop rotation and how you will grow it afterwards. As I told about granulometric soil analysis, we have so-called light, medium, and heavy soil. This depends upon content of our sand and clay in the soil, and silt in the soil. So we have different penetration, we have different water holding capacity, and different water movement depends upon the physical properties of the soil. Here you can see how water moves, and because of that we select it, the distance between the dripper should be 50 centimeters, 60, or maybe only 30. So this is critically important. Okay. About root intrusion, why on my second slide I saw that shown that the technology was widely used, start to use when root guard technology was invented. What is a root guard technology? It's the technology which, when you fill your silicone membrane in your emitter with herbicides. Mainly in the first, it was triflurex. Now it's more pendimethalin, but nevertheless, it's herbicides which don't let the root come into the emitter. If you can use the emitter without root guard technology, but you must consider that each spring you should make injections, low volume injections of herbicide like pendimethalin into the irrigation system to avoid such picture. How it's not the must. We have different kind of emitters. It's just an example how emitter looks for subsurface drip irrigation. We should have anti-drain barrier here. This is silicone membrane. This is self-cleaning labyrinth. Because you must understand that you put this drip line for many years. As I told, we have some subsurface drip irrigation system which work more than 30 years already. So it should work the same together with your orchard. So you will change it only with changing of your orchard. And also very important to understand that you should put more, and this is the for people for which make design of irrigation system. You should put much more air relief valves, and you should anti-vacuum valves. So you should put it on the places which on the top, which is in high places, but it's really very important because it's you should not suck the mud when you switch off the system. This is briefly about subsurface. I have a very wide experience with subsurface drip irrigation, and in Ukraine, for example, we install more than 1,000 hectares each year of subsurface drip irrigation. If it wouldn't be this war which we have now, it would be this process would speed up. We would have even more, and. The main thing, before you choose the way of irrigation, you must really understand complete system of tillage of your crop. Okay, if you have some questions, I will be happy to answer. Yeah?
Most of our problems with drip irrigation is connected with animal damage.
With what?
Animal damage. In this case, I think the only animals are rodents.
Yes, with
You never mentioned them.
yes, concerning the rodents, good question, because this is, I hear this question quite often. When you can have the problem with rodents, first of all, when you choose the field for installation, you can start to control the rodents before installation. We have a lot of tools for control it. from my experience, the most effective is, we call it rot TIF or Salmonella isachinka. It's the best way to control the rodent, and it's one thing. And second thing, when you start irrigate your field, the animals don't like to live in wet soil when you irrigate, so you don't have already the problem. The problem of rodents, it's when you have a period from installation to start the run the system. I really recommend you, this biological product, Salmonella isachinka, really solves the problem of rodents. Yeah?
Very interesting presentation. I just wanted to add that within the framework of the Phoenix COP AFD EU project, we have organized connection between Netafim, the global leaders for drip irrigation system,
sure,
and one of the best farmers here in who has thousands of hectares and especially around 1,000 hectares on the pivot for corn. And this farmer wants to switch to subsoil drip irrigation, first of all because of lower cost for energy. Not so much lower cost for water, because water is paid by hectares here, so it doesn't make a big difference whether you are efficient or not. The big problem we are faced with is definitely the problem of rodents, because from October to March, April, there is no irrigation, so rodents will eat this, and it is becoming a really serious plague here. But in any case, the idea would be to launch this process between Netafim and this farmer probably this year.
Yeah, fantastic. I can give you even the contacts of the companies which produce this rodenticide, which is very effective for subsurface drip irrigation. It's produced by several factories in Ukraine. Even now during the war, and I will be happy to make a link with them. I would like to mention that in Ukraine we have a lot of projects where we have combination of pivot system and subsurface. Yeah, the corners, exactly. Not only the corners. For example, we have never have ideal field. The field is never, the surface of the field is never ideal. And when you have for example, covered with pivots, part of the field. The rest is you can cover with SDI, so it's can be very good combination. Okay.
What type dripper you are recommending for it? You mean the drippers usually... close? My question about dripper. Which type of dripper you're using in this subsurface?
Look, the main demand should be with anti-siphon properties. So this is the must. Which company, it's not so critical. We have several companies which has very professional...
Continuation of question. When you have annual crop, annual crops.
Annual crops.
Annual crops. You are using still SDI, this anti-siphon?
You mean annual cost is different, depends upon...
For example, alfalfa or something like that.
Look, I've been in one orchards of peaches in Turkey on SDI. They have, for example, 150 hectares, and they have 2 irrigation managers.
My question about when you have annual crop, it means about 10 kilometers per hectare, and it is economic to use this anti-siphon.
Look, about, you mean annual crop like what?
Alfalfa.
Alfalfa.
Corn.
Okay, corn. Corn is very, if you're coming to corn, it's really the best seller in SDI. It's the most successful. we had fantastic results on corn in Ukraine. And the corn on SDI is really shows fantastic corn, soya, especially in combination with no-till technology or strip-till technology, shown really perfect results.
Still my question about the economy, because we are talking about 10,000 kilometer, 10,000 meter per hectare, and my question about using the anti-siphon is, and thickness of wall.
Wall thickness. Wall thickness.
Absolutely.
You know, this is a very discussion question about wall thicknesses. Many people, many companies like Netafim or Metzer Plus or Renewables says that you should apply not less than 36 mils, for example. But I can show you the orchards in Odessa with SDI, which with the age of 20 years, now 21 I think, with 16 mils, and works properly.
Yes. For your information, we are presenting company Toro, and it has very big experience in the United States, and they're using tapes in annual. So the next question, in orchards, when you installing in the young garden, the newly planted, do you think it is enough to grow the orchard, or need additional irrigation?
I didn't got you. Sorry.
The question is the following. It should be deep digging and deep installation on 30 centimeter and 40 centimeter, correct?
We try to install from 40 to 50 centimeters in our year.
And when the roots is not developed yet, because newly planted trees, do you consider this water will be enough to develop these trees?
Look, the location of the drippers, of your drip lines is very important issue. First of all, as I shown in my slides, you must understand which kind of soil do you have. If you use a pulse system of subsurface drip irrigation, for example, it's the big point of pulse irrigation is it's very sensitive to topography.
Okay. Understand. We have farmer here in this auditorium which already installed it, but first 2 years it is walnut, case of walnut. First 2 years he was using the different type of irrigation, like sprinkler irrigation or something like that, to grow the trees, and after that it's what starting. It's starting the walking. Okay, another question.
Look, I have a timer, and it says that I'm completely out of time.
Okay.
I'm here.
I
really feel to answer, ready to answer your question, but we must respect the time. Same thing.
Thank you, Sergey. Please take a seat at the panel, because now we will have a panel discussion. And actually, Mr. David Malazonia will... Okay, I will speak in Georgian. Please take your headphones.
Dear David, please, you will facilitate, and you, Zviad, please come in here to the panel discussion. So we will continue talking about the SDIs. So the topic continues. All right, let me take a place here. The first question I decided to ask of Zviad, since he is experienced in Georgia in using the SDI. There was an attempt of installing the system, not only an attempt, but working the system. He has experience. In addition, Zviad has experience in perennial cultures, will it be blueberries or walnuts, and he has very frequent contact and communication with various farmers. So I want to asking quite a specific question. Maybe not to make a mistake, actually, I want to look into my notes. And my question is linked to the following. In your opinion, dear Sviat, in case of what cultures the SDI has more perspective, perennial or annual system 1 year, or in case of perennials or annual cultures. So where would you recommend them depending on the region, climate and Georgian reality and experience? Well, you ask me a very difficult question. I don't think I will be able to answer everything. However, I'll try to share my own opinion with you about this technology considering challenges and the difficulties that we have faced. Although the technology itself is quite interesting, the method has quite an advantage because the dripping mile on the surface, and we talked here about the rodents, well, actually it is more vulnerable in face of, in face of animals, meaning that it can damage the rodents and various different animals and rodents. So this over the surface is more sensible to animals than the SDI. And it has one other advantage that I have to underline. For instance, in cultures like almonds or walnuts or others, where we can get and collect, and for collecting crops we need different tractors or shakers or sweepers, etc. It's not good to have the over the surface dripping glass, because it's quite a disturbance, because then in case of almond gardens we need to move in somewhere, etc. So in terms of methodology and technology, it's quite an interesting system. Well, of course we'll need to fine-tune it, and probably we'll use these systems. However, again, I will share my practical experience, the problems that we face. I think that the technology shall be complex. Putting it in the ground is not enough. We need to take into account the structure and the composition of the soil. In Georgia, we have quite heavy soils all over. In the western Georgia, it has different specificities. I will not talk about these details right now, but usually these soils can be, and these stripping lines can be of cut or something like that. And we had a problem of rodents, but I think we could use like sensors, and the sensors give us exact information about what happens in the soil. And therefore, sometimes, we have questions about the system, because somehow the plant can be under the stress, not because of the water, but usually it's blamed on water stress. So there is no objective evaluation, and therefore we need to install this sensory system so that we see how much water is delivered to the plant, what is the real reason for stress on the plant, etc. And we need to know how many cubic meters of water is really spent. We need meters for that, and if it is then connected to the application, it's even better, and it will make the technology even more flexible and applicable. For us, these three issues were the challenge. First, we didn't know whether we needed the humidity of the of the soil in the field, and we didn't know. So the sensors actually with the water meter in combination gave us a good result. And one more issue that we couldn't decide then, it was, maybe it's better to have two lines and they're like two parallel miles, although of course it will make the system more expensive. The issue of rodents, up until now we still have questions about it, and we actually fight rodents with different methods. Now, as to perennials, it will be very hard for me to speak about the annual, but in case of perennials, and if we have intensive, like apple gardens or vineyards, etc., it can be quite good. In case of walnuts and almonds, I think that 1 mile dripping system will not be sufficient, and we need two parallel dripping lines, and I think that these issues shall be taken into consideration.
Thank you very much. We can conduct discussion later on, depending on what the answers will be to the questions. Next question will be to Mr. David. Mr. Sergey will be addressed in the last place to enable him to assess the situation in reality in Georgia, based on the comments from the national experts. Mr. David Malzonia has extensive experience with the drip systems, irrigation systems installation, different types of the systems, including the subsurface one. Although the experience is not very extensive in this respect, I know because I have attempted to obtain certain information from the Georgian market on this, and unfortunately there is just very few farms that have the SDIs in place, and those ones even are not very much focusing on the superiorities of the system, because this is relatively novel in Georgia. Therefore, I would like to invite Mr. David to make a comment, if he can, considering that he has direct links with the farmers, as is familiar with their behavior when they address and approach the service providers. What are the factors that determine the decision of farmers? One I've heard is that this SDI is expensive, and therefore no one is opting for this, therefore. But as I can hear and understand from Sviat's comments, this is not the sole reason, and other factors may be the lead factors to the decisions against it. And therefore, if you can share with us your experience with interaction with the farmers and how they make the decisions. And in those few cases when farmers are not trying to make savings, and what are the reasons and how the situation can change in the future. Firstly, what I would like to say is that we have certain experience with working with this system. We represent company Toro, which is in the US, placing the systems underground, but mostly this is for annual crops. The so-called tape is how it's called. It doesn't have a dripper inside. This is a cheap technology. It does not depend sort of a distance, and they are very actively using this. Also to note that in the US the soils are sort of processed and worked in a way like there is a sand near the sea, the ocean, and so there's while when it comes to the stones, it's more difficult, and this tape can't be installed as easily. Certain years have to pass after these soils are treated worked very well and reach the condition for this tape to be applied easily. There was a comment that he has to bring mic closer, so if it's a thin wall or the thick wall, irrespective, the polyethylene is damaged above ground. So it is very economical and saving if it is underground and subsoil. But of course in Georgia the soil has to be in the condition to be conducive for the use. Otherwise it is quite high risk, and the placement of those the thick wall ones, especially the root guard, it's quite expensive, twice as more than anti-siphon regular pipes, and only the high value the projects only can be the ones that would qualify best anti-siphon. Of course it's good, but again we have to consider the issue, problem that Georgia's soils have rocks and stones in them, and the high technology equipment is required, very solid, and Turkish might not be good even to the end point of the garden we can't reach, so it is associated with high costs. Another, what the Zviad has mentioned, the issue of the rodents is more prevalent above ground than subsurface, and since on so when it comes to the almonds, they would place subsurface. So the economy will lead us to get to the subsurface, and it was rightly mentioned that it interferes into the mechanization, like harvesting, etc., etc. Of course, the subsurface is very beneficial, but we have to consider also the risks associated with it, particularly when it comes to the working of the soil, like it hasn't to be the rocky, and the anti-siphon, the pipe, meaning when the irrigation is done, it will shut off, and the membrane, the shutting off membrane was mentioned, that otherwise if the water flows in, back in, because when the pipe drains, it will sort of take in the mud and the water, and it of course will clog. Therefore anti-siphon should be there, anti-leakage should be there. It's the drip, but it's less effective for Georgia because it has to be installed in appropriate places to make sure that the pressure difference is not high, because at certain pressure it opens up and the leaking is again there. So anti-siphon is of course good for the gardens. It will be good, but the installer should not be the sole one that should be responsible for this, and the farmers should share the responsibility, because the soils are not worked to the sufficient extent, and so the rodents issue is no longer there. For them, the eating those the drip systems, etc., etc. What else can be said? Of course, there were many issues listed and written and noted down. My question was more about, I understand the details of the technology is important and we have to explain to the farmers, but when it comes to the decisions, is this based on which the farmers take decision, or other factors have the more higher share? What I am trying to find out, whether this is an issue is with the costs, or whether the novelty is what scares them away. 20 years ago, when drip irrigation was installed, people were very skeptical and critical. Now it's quite prevalent and even the best demanded. So we are developing gradually, step by step. So for now, moreover, what I would like to note is that subsurface requires a special design. That pipe should be sort of washed, and it's requires a very solid design to be in place, and in this respect too we have an issue. The designing the regular drip irrigation is an issue, and it's not easy, especially the SDI. So the washing frequency or speed of the washing out of the sediments, etc., etc. And as I've said during our telephone conversation, the main point is sort of the rodents, which is the farmers face issue. Therefore, they are realizing that they should go to subsurface, particularly when it comes to the saving water 20%, also the delivery and application of the fertilizers to the roots specifically. So there are many benefits and upsides. Our partners who are using the drip in the maize have way higher yield per hectare than the pilot irrigation system. So it has certain superiorities and upsides. And gradually our agriculture is moving towards this. And as has been mentioned, the rodents is a primary driver, which is quite a headache for farmers, and that would trigger the farmers to get to the subsurface. We hope, thank you very much, we hope that this will be the driver of introduction of the novelties in our market. I would like to move with a question to Sergey. You have extensive experience on Moldovan and Ukrainian markets, and you can say and draw the parallels considering what you have heard. Perhaps you already got an idea of where and at which stage Georgia is. I wonder, in Ukraine and Moldova, STI systems project quantity number, can we say that it's still low and there are just few cases here there? We understand that in Ukraine the territory is vast compared to Georgia, but considering that Ukrainian territory, whether the skepticism is still there and the lack of information and the lack of experience, etc., and the other problems that have been listed, or they have already gone through this, overcome, and what factors were the drivers for the development of the market and getting to the stage which Georgia has not reached yet?
Sorry. First of all, I would like to say that, of course, the percentage of SDI in compare with other irrigation system is quite low in Ukraine as well. As I told, we install more than 1,000 hectares a year, but it's not so much in compare with surfaces of Ukraine. But the process is speeding up. Each year, the amount of new crops, fields which covered by SDI is increasing. It's like with electrical vehicles. You know that the main part of vehicles which we use is diesel or benzene, but everybody in this conference, I think, understands this is it's over. The story of this, and it will be changed. That's why, of course, the other issues. I'm really agree with Viat about that we should be more practical. We should always think. We should always think. For example, for many crops, it's better to put two lines. We have, in some cases, lack of experience, empirical experience but and in the first years, we use SDI because it was first before, we made a lot of mistakes. We face a lot of problems, but during this time we found a lot of solutions, and as for me, I think we have enough information already, enough tools to implement this technology in big territories. So, of course, 2,000 hectares a year of SDI installed in Ukraine is maybe it's a big number for Georgia, but it's nothing for Ukrainian volumes. But I believe after war will finish, you will see that this number will speed up very fast.
Thank you. I guess we have 5 No, we have only 2 minutes, so let's finish this part of the event. Thank you, participants of the panel discussion for the interesting... Oh, okay, poll results. Can you... I will continue in Georgian. Okay. მოკლედ ჩვენ გამოკითხვა ჩავატარეთ. მეც უნდა გავცე პასუხი ხო, რომ შედეგი მოიცადეთ კითხვა წავეკითხო კარგად. ჩემი ხო არ ვიცი ჩემო პასუხმა გადაწენა თუ არა, თორემ 75% გამოკითხული დამსწრე საზოგადოების, ვინც მონაწილეობა მიიღო გამოკითხვაში, ფიქრობს, რომ საქართველოში მიწისქვეშა წვეთოვან სისტემას პოტენციალი აქვს. მგონი მაინც გვეთანხმებიან პანელის მონაწილეებიც. ახლა გთხოვთ, რომ უკვე coffee breaks-ზე გავიდეთ, მაგრამ მანამდე შეგიძლიათ 2-3 წუთი, აი ჩვენი გამოფენა, რომელიც დღეს მიმდინარეობს და საკმაოდ ბევრი კომპანია არის წარმოდგენილი, მათი პროდუქცია დაათვალიეროთ, გაესაუბროთ შესვენების განმავლობაში, coffee break-ის განმავლობაში. დავბრუნდებით უკან 20 წუთში. მადლობა.
Those countries.
Dear colleagues, I want to give you some information about our experience of using biological protection products in growing of vegetables and in orchards. You know that for many years it was my hobby. I studied this question for 20 years, and last 7 years we got strict restrictions concerning content of residues of pesticides in the product when you export it to European Union or to Middle East, such countries as Saudi Arabia or Emirates. You should be very careful with residues. And more and more people start to pay a lot of attention to this question. First of all, first of all, in the question of biological protection, we have a lot of stereotypes. First of all, that it's more expensive than using the chemical products. Also, other stereotype that it's less efficient. Next stereotype that yield under biological plant protection is lower, and the quality of the product is not so good, and shelf life is less. You know that if it would be 20 years ago, I would agree with all these sentences, but at this moment, it's not true. And I can share you with my practical experience, which shows that using the biological plant protection, in many cases, it's more cost efficient, more effective, and with obtaining much better quality of the product. As an example, I want to show you a practical case of growing of onions in Moldova last year, in season of 2022. It was a company named Bavasco, and we decided not to go completely in the biological growing. You know that life is not black and white. There's a lot of different tones. But during this last season, we use in our plant protection scheme only 30% of classical pesticides. The rest was biological products. As a result, part of the field was on biological, part was on chemical program. As a result, under the combined biological chemical scheme, the cost for plant protection was 1,100 euro per hectare, and in comparison with classical chemical protection, it was 1,700 euro. So the first stereotype that it's more expensive is not true. For example, it was a lot of questions from the colleagues concerning rodenticide. And later on, I will show you rodenticide ecological, which is much more effective than chemical ones. Then the yield on biological program was 20% higher. You know why? It's clear, because each pesticide you use, you give a stress to the plant. You don't see it, but it doesn't mean that you hurt the plant. It's like the plant is like humans. When we use treatments, we make a harm to our body. The same is the plant. The more pesticides we use, fungicides, insecticides, classical, the more harm we give to our plant. So that's why the yield was higher. We used only 30% in sprayings, the classical chemical pesticides, and product storability on biological is much better. The onion from the last year is stored until now in the warehouse. So this example shows that we should be more open to biological plant protection means, because it's more efficient, less cost, and the quality of the product is much better. I have another example which I don't have in my presentation, but I want to tell you that before the war, one guy which grew in Kherson Oblast, which grew tomatoes in plastic tunnels, moved completely to the biological protection, and the quality of tomatoes he produced was so good that it was a cure to buy the product. People want it because it was good aroma, good taste, and people was in queue to buy his products. In grapes, we have in Moldova, I don't know about Georgia, we have very big problem with botrytis, and in organic scheme, we completely solved this problem. In the chemical program, we was using very expensive fungicides like Tildor or Scala or others, and it didn't help completely. So with organic product from one German company, the problem was solved completely. No botrytis. And is not the easy system to protect the plant with biological means, and we should study very carefully with all aspects. First of all is soil health. Applying a lot of fungicides and herbicides, we are killing our microbiota of the soil. That's why we have lack of good microbiota, and we have development of a lot of development of pathogens. That's why we should start with the soil recovery. We should start with the pathogen control in biological way, not chemical. And we should make saturation of our soil with organic matter. It can be in different ways. It can be with good crop rotation, such crops as soya or buckwheat or we can introduce manure, or we can introduce ready products. And recovery of soil structure, which is critically important, because when you have overcompact soil and soil where your capillaries of the soil blocked with the sodium, you must take into account that with such atmosphere, your aerobical microbes will not develop. You have more anaerobical bacteria which will develop. And this recovery of soil structure is also very important issue. What about recovery of soil microbiota? It's crop rotations, if you're talking about vegetables, for example. It's using grip crops and cover crops. Introduction of beneficial microbiota. We have a lot of good solutions, and it's not so critically expensive as it was before in the past. And introduction of feed for beneficial microflora. As an example, this is a German product. It's just an example. It's a lot of such products. Why I show an example? Because this product contains a lot of components. First of all, it's mycorrhiza, Mycorrhiza glomus. Mycorrhiza, you know what is mycorrhiza? It's symbiotic fungi which help us to take as much as possible our nutrients from the soil, and it's colonize the soil very good, and which gives us the volume of the soil which feeds the plant in several times more than when you just use root system. It's Bacillus amylolichicans and Streptomyces and Proradix, Pseudomonas trillaris, and Hartzianum, Trichoderma hartzianum. It's very old and famous fungi, beneficial fungi, which used already more than 20 years. First, Trichoderma hartzianum I used in my tomatoes in the year 1998. The Dutch company named Koppert. Koppert is a very good, famous Dutch company. And in the year 1998, the guy from Koppert came and suggested us to use Trichoderma hartzianum. We had really good effect on tomatoes. And since that time, the biological protection became my hobby. Different products, different microorganisms works in different way. As I told, mycorrhiza improves assimilation. Bacillus amylolichicans control Rhizoctonia, Pythium, Rhizoctonia, Alternaria, Fusarium, and also it helps the plant to resist salinity stress much better. It's colonize the roots very fast, and that's why it make barrier for pathogens. Streptomyces, normally it's catching from natural microflora of the soil, and also it can help to control the pathogenic bacteria, and also it reduced population of nematodes. I know that nematodes are becoming more and more a problem. You know why? Because we use too much pesticides, we kill natural microflora. And for example, when you have a rich soil with the eggs of nematoda are killed by different fungi or bacteria, and that's why population is not increasing. When we kill the soil microbiota, nematoda become reproduct very fast and become a very big problem. Pseudomonas proradix and trivialis, it's a fantastic product. Bacteria, for example, Proradix, it's the most effective mean for control Rhizoctonia. If somebody grow potatoes here in conference, understand what I mean. Rhizoctonia, it's a huge problem in such crops as potatoes and carrots. And chemical means never will be so efficient as Proradix against Rhizoctonia. Trichoderma hartsanum, I think everybody know, it's nothing to say. It's very good colonized roots and it's very good symbiotic fungi. About pest control, I don't know about Georgia, but in Moldova and Ukraine we have great problem with the thrips, huge problem. And we have very updated modern pesticides by different chemical companies, which not work. People can't control thrips. And we make fantastic thrips control with alkaloids, both in all the crops, in onions, in tomatoes, in gherkins as well, and cucumbers. So what kind of pest control we can use? We can use pest control based on pheromone disorientators, on the basis of traps. For example, one of the company can show you kind of traps you can use here. Based on plant extracts from urtica, from sephora, neem, orange, timian, pepper, so on, repellents, natural predators. Coopert company is produce so wide range of natural predators. You can stimulate the development of natural predators by the way, in your fields, planting special fields around your field. For example, we have some plants which are very good home for Phytocellus, for example, or Orius. Orius is natural predator of thrips. And we can use bacteria or fungi to control the pests, and we can create natural barriers. And last tendency is the polymeric silicone, which is produced, one Polish company started to produce it, and which is very, very, very effective against pests. So I've shown you, here you can see the traps, the mating disruptions, and so on. We have very wide range. If you come to Moldova, I can show you the orchards which completely protected by such products. So we have really a lot of good instruments in mating disruption and traps. For example, the product you can see in this slide is a product we use in onions against thrips. So this is combination of alkaloids. Of course, you must be very careful. The natural alkaloids has demand to your spray in solution that the pH should be in measures from 4.5 to 5.5. It's really critical point. If your pH is higher, this alkaloids doesn't work. So you must be really pay a lot of attention to this point. It's another alkaloids combination of alkaloids name based on sephora, which is extremely effective against aphids and and flies and particular mites. The same must you must have 4.5, 5.5 of EC or pH, sorry, in your solution. This is natural predators. As I told, we have now you can buy a lot of different kinds of predators, and I can show you. We have a lot of instruments. For example, this is a product which I love very much. It's from Ukraine. Company Enzyme Biotech, which main market for European Union. It's a combination on fungi Metarhizium and Bavaria bastiana, which very efficient in the soil pests, very efficient, and works very good. You've said a lot of questions about damages by rats or mice in SDI. This is good instrument. The product is based on Salmonella Isachenko, the product name Ratter. We have a lot of other companies which produce the similar products with the same active ingredient. So I don't know any so efficient against no chemical substances will not give such efficiency against rats and mice. Okay. This is, I told you, polymeric silicone, which completely stuck the insects in your orchards, for example. About disease control, we have a lot of tools. Also natural substances, bacteria, fungi. We have special means which promote self-defense of the plant, so-called natural elicitors. We have products which create natural barrier for pathogens. We have special products which are waste from the products of microorganisms. And last time, you can find already vaccines, because when you have viruses, the only problem, only products you can use to fight the viruses is vaccines. And we have already, you can buy already in the market vaccines, which you can use. Of course, it's expensive. Of course, it's only for glass houses or, no, let's say, protected, not for open field. But we have already these tools. The only biological can control it. Okay, this is very good product which we can use. It's also organic. It's certified by EcoCert. This is copper gluconate, which also allows to has very small amount in ready product of copper, and it's a very good penetrate in the plant, and it's the only product you can use on apples not to have net. It's the only product you can use during vegetation of cherries and plums. The only product. This is also certified by Bio. It's combination of copper and Ascophyllum nodosum, which also can be used in your plant protection in orchards and vegetables. And the last slide I want to show. This is compare with chemical and biological protection. Zero botrytis on table, zero botrytis on a table grape. You will never reach such efficiency in chemical products. And it was cheaper. It was 300 euros on hectare cheaper than chemicals. Thank you very much. I was.
Ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ძალიან სასარგებლო და საინტერესო პრეზენტაცია, რომელიც მოგახსენებთ, რომ ყველა პრეზენტაციები არის ხელმისაწვდომი East Fruitis პროექტის YouTube არხზე.
Are available on the YouTube channel, and you can see them later as well. And now we have a presentation of Valery Yakovenko. He's a drone specialist, co-founder of dron.ua, and he works on these directions. He's the co-founder and the managing partner of this company. Unfortunately, he couldn't come for certain reasons, but he sent us the video and he is ready to answer your questions through the Telegram channel.
Dear colleagues, hi. I'm Valery Kvenko, and it is a pleasure for me to be together with you today. We will speak about robotics in agriculture and about Ukrainian experience. I'm from Ukraine. So let's start. I represent a dron.ua company. We are working in the fields of robotics technologies up to for the last maybe 10 years. And about us, we are more than 100 employees wide. We are one of the largest distributors of XEG robotics technologies in Europe. We have our own departments and facilities to implement and create some IT and GIS products. We are taking the first place in Ukraine about the robotics in agriculture, and we are happy to be a Ukrainian market, a part of Ukrainian market that became #1 in Europe in 2022 when we are talking about robotics technologies in agriculture. So I'd like to share that Ukraine's strengths from our vision and from our experience. Ukrainian farmers are so open for innovations that we are facing extreme speed of implementing different innovations when we are talking about robotics. Up to 1,500,000 of drones actually are working in Ukraine when we're talking about pesticides protections with the help of drones, and it is the largest fleet in Europe, and it is in Ukraine. In 2021 and in 2022, more than 2.2 million of hectares was sprayed and protected by drones spraying pesticides. We are facing that in Ukraine. There is a new segment of technological companies, service companies in agriculture are being created. We have more than 100 of them as our partners, and they are widely distributing over the country all modern technologies, and farmers are using their services as robotics as a service tool. And right now we see that even new startups are being created. During war times in 2022, we faced the fact that a new startup called FarmFleet was created within the sphere of using robotics in agriculture, and it was done in Ukraine. It is already ongoing, and the project is running right now. So in 2022 and 2021, not only the fact that drones are just flying and protecting farmlands, the fact is that it is actually making some economical impacts. And just see the numbers. 2.2 million of hectares was sprayed during 2 years. It helped to grow more food. More than 300,000 tons was additionally harvested in Ukraine because there was used drones instead of classic machinery, classic methodology and technology of plant protection. We have created additionally more than 1,000 jobs in agriculture industry, and these are jobs with high salary because it is combination of IT and agriculture. And again, this is a possibility to attract new employees in rural areas. It is quite important. And more than 12 million liters were saved of fuel, because drones use less fuel per hectare when we are talking about plant protections. Of course, it is more organic. Of course, it is more ecological. And for example, on the basis of ecological impact, drones helped in 2 years to reduce carbon emissions by more than 30,000 tons per 2 years. And additionally, we have a fact that drones are helping to reduce the number of used water or wasted water during implementation of pesticides protection, and more than 400,000 cubic meters of water were saved because drones are using less water during operations. There are several use of using drones and robotics in agriculture. Mostly we know, and we are talking the most time about scanning areas, different kind of monitoring. We see drones as helpers to operations to understand better your field, see more or work faster. But it is started 9 years ago. And we all know that drones are quite important when it is about data processing or data acquisition. And in 3 years, a new market was developed. Drones are being used as an ACT tool. Actually, they can perform some protection jobs. And we see that drones are quite efficient in this. Not only on the wide-scale areas, we are talking about orchards, we are talking about different small fields where drones are quite important as well. So agriculture monitoring, it is about collecting data. It is about visual inspection. It is monitoring. It is about collecting precise data for the measurements or for counting. Additionally, we can get up in the air multispectral cameras. We can collect infrared imagery. We can calculate vegetational indexes. We can understand the problematic areas what are not being seen by the human eye, but we can see them with the help of drones. Everything is perfectly understandable and quite efficient. And everything comes from the fact that you have to fly a drone, you have to collect imagery, you have to process imagery, you have to analyze this imagery and understand where the abnormalities are placed. You have to collect exact coordinates. And by right now, in the workflow of the digital analysis of the drone imagery, actually, we need to go in the field on the precise coordinate of the problematic where you have seen some kind of abnormalities, and this cannot be undone. You always have to move in the field by your feet and see the problem, see the issue, and understand what is being done. After that, you can implement this information and actually take action. Most common is the differential ways to use pesticides or provide better nitrogen implementations on your field. So basically, this is about differential access to the field and understand it just better with the help of drones. Here are a few cases. One of them is from California, when we are talking about plum orchard. The total area of this orchard is 12.4 hectares, and drones are being used here, and the information is being collected much faster than in the traditional way. And one of the important ways in steps is that all this data is documented. The impact of the human factor is actually almost zero when we are talking about using robotics equipment to collect data and analyze it. Next case is coming from Netherlands. We have 10 hectares of the carrot field, and here we are using drones to modify the fertilizer applications, finding best and worst and best areas on the field where the nitrogen application is needed the most or not. The next case is coming from the Florence, Italy. Here we understand the accessibility of water in this plantation. We understand using multispectral imagery where we have more vegetation biomass or less. By it, we understand and correlate it with the water accessibility using different indexes. So before it was about scouting, before it was collecting information, it was about analyzing it, making some GIS products, creating maps, and understanding what to do next with classical machinery when we're talking about nitrogen applications or different pesticides. But the biggest revolution is actually happening right now when we're talking about drones as a tool to act, drones to spray pesticides, and this is happening right now. Here we have few setups of equipment. The first one is one of the biggest drones so far, In 2022, it is a model XAG P100. It is capable to get up in the air 40 liters of liquid, and it is capable to cover up to 25 hectares per hour. And this is a quite large number. The next one is XAG V40. This one is a working horse in Ukraine. Right now, this equipment and these drones are most popular by Ukrainian farmers. And here we have a possibility to cover up to 18 hectares per hour with the single flight possibility, 12 minutes single flight. And it is about like a conveyor. You're charging batteries, you are flying. You are recharging batteries, you are flying. And actually, drones doesn't stay on the ground almost not in a minute during an hour. It is always in the air. You are just swapping the batteries, and this is a possibility to cover such a large amount of areas, such as 18 hectares per 1 hour. The next change in the robotics field is actually coming from the land robotics. Right now, we see how important it is to make a working condition of the employees who is working with pesticides better. And robotics equipment such as land robotics from like RF-150 drones, they are capable to work remotely, working with different areas, with different trees, with different orchards, and the pilot can simultaneously operate 5 units like this, and it can go on the ground, spraying pesticides, giving protection to the trees or to different or to other farmlands. So here about advantages about using robotics in agriculture. It is about water savings. Drones are capable to use less water. 95% of the water can be less used when drones are flying, and we are spraying around 6 liters per hectare and not 200, 250 per hectare like it was done before. And actually, the technology is working. It is already proven both on the huge farmlands and on like some kind of cultures or crops like sunflower or soybean, etc. But also in orchards, when we are talking about apple trees, when we are talking about grapes, when we are talking about blueberry farms. And about this we will talk a little bit later. It is about fuel savings. Drones use less fuel. It is about using less pesticides, using concentrated mixtures. You can use 30% up to 30% less pesticides during an implementation. We have zero damage to the crops because we are flying above them. We have no downtimes when we are talking about exact time of the implementation of the phase of protection. For example, you can fly and use pesticides exactly after the rain. You don't have to wait after the land will dry a little bit, like you usually do. You just can fly when it is needed the most, and this helps to grow more food and get better protection. And one more additional effect is about mobility. Drones are quite mobile units that can switch their locations by hundreds of kilometers just in one night. And this is a possibility to provide services. This is a key area of growing this technology. This is service business, robotics as a service. Here we will talk about very important use case that we have achieved in 2022 in April. This is an organic blueberry farm named Family Garden. It has 130 hectares of the farmland, and we used XAG drones, XAG V40 drones to protect it. We did it in 3 days, and here are calculations of the economic impact. When we are talking about comparison and about using biofungicide applications on blueberry, we have used 6 liters per hectare in drones. Usually it was done 400 liters per hectare with classic machinery. Result was the same. Here we have water saving. We don't make difference in the dosage of product application, so here are no changes, but the mixture was more concentrated when we was working with the drones. About fuel, drones in 3 days used just 30 liters of fuel, and the same amount of land was supposed to be used 390 liters per all this farmland when it was done by classic machinery in previous seasons. So here we have fuel savings in large numbers. When we are talking about speed of application, drones have done this job 4.5 times faster than in a classic way, and using less water, using different work shifts, we have additional economy. So just water helped us to save 400,000 hryvnias per this amount of work. We have made less by 10 work shifts in this period, so this is an economy on the labor cost. We have, and this is around 9,500 hryvnias. Additionally, all this effect made a difference in 440,000 hryvnias just per one application. And when we're talking about technological map of this farm, here we have a possibility to compare. It can be 22 work applications when we are talking about single component solutions, and in another logic, it is a possibility to make by drone just 17 applications. So it is a difference by the technological map, and here we will calculate the possible economic impact by year if we will use drones to perform this application. So if we will use drones to perform 22 applications, it is about saving 23,000 US dollars per the whole season. And when we are talking about 17 applications, 11 of them are being done by drones, because they are single component mixtures. It is about 11,000 US dollars. If we will compare this amount with the cost of kit that was used to perform these operations, it costs 24,000 US dollars. We can see that actually return of investments in this equipment comes in just one season by this economy. But additionally, we have additional economic impact. First of all, when we are using drones, we have a yield increase, at least by 3%. This gives a possibility to grow more food, sell more food. When we are talking additionally about economic effects, it is about quality increasing. And quality increasing, it is also about economic impact. We can grow more food. So when both of these components are being united, we see that in economy we can grow more food in the amount of 5.1 millions of hryvnias. This is more than 130,000 of US dollars. And the key that was used to perform such economy just cost 24,000 US dollars. It is a great opportunity to see how technological innovations are helping to grow more food. And this is a way to make sustainable future for our planet and work with food safety on the global impact. So thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer all your questions in our chats. Thank you.
Madloba baton Valeris. Როგორც ვთქვათ, თვითონ შეგიძლიათ ჩატში მიწეროთ კონკრეტული კითხვები. შეგახსენებთ, რომ ხვალ ჩვენ ვნახავთ ამ დრონის მუშაობას
and ask specific questions. We will see the operation of this drone in Mr. Zurab's garden. We will be starting from Redison at 9 a.m. But next in our agenda we have the vertical, the farms and the greening of the logistical farms, so called the poolings. All of this will be after lunch in 1 hour. Our lunch will be on the first floor. The Miss Anna will take you to where lunch is served, and then we expect you back in an hour. presentation. Of course, you realize that these are trendy, and the Google search index is presented here that shows the interest of the some people search towards the vertical farms, and you can see that in 08, 09, they consecutively, and the interest towards the vertical farms is increasing steadily, globally so. And given the global financial crisis, many facilities in major cities in the US have been freed up, and they respectively decided to find another function for those buildings and spaces. Respectively, the vertical farms see significant investments, and this is a dynamic over the past 4 years, and according to this data, in the vertical farms, investments have been increased threefold, and it is relatively stable over to other directions, online, the restaurants or the marketing platforms or innovative other directions, etc., etc. And the vertical farms are part of the entering the new farms, and this is a growing trend. The impact, how the vertical farming influencing fresh produce market. Considering that Rabobank has assessed that at about 500,000 hectares of greenhouses, and of those about 40,000 hectares in glass houses and remaining under plastic, and the vertical farms occupy a bit, quite a small share, and this is considered more like a niche industry. And even it is so negligible as part of this chart that barely visible. This is not a new technology. So according to, this is not a novel technology, but there are successful business models and cases by various markets and their specificity, and we would like to offer the overview of those. Of course, I would like to also note that even the prior, before Christ, this concept existed, and over the past, the NASA has taken this seriously when they started thinking how to feed people in the space, and respectively the new technologies in this respect are based on their research, since they have quite considerable and major resources dedicated to R&D. This is a standardized production model when the ultimate goal is to provide the produce to clients as ultimate goal. The control of the entire supply chain and the development of internal products, domestic products, is a main superiority. This is a widest spread business model, which is differentiated by hydroponics, aeroponics, or aquaponics, etc. And when during the production and the use of various technologies, it's very hard to classify. Also to note, many have identified the need for selling the technology versus the produce or the greens, because this would be more profitable. But some entrepreneurs have opted for the focusing on the selling of the products, because it offers a stable cash flow, and respectively the small-scale model technologies have been developed, which is available in Georgia for renting or lease, and respectively the technology has become accessible for wider public, because the price in this case is the leasing is way lower than the putting up the production themselves. And the service build, lease, operate is an example, and this is an example of the farming as a service, like based on an order, long-term contract at a price where the technology company retains the ownership over the farm, and they by providing the production services. All these models offered here, they are the working ones. It depends on the context and the conditions, and where each of those would be more advisable. And the market is a key reference point, we should note. Key success factors. And you have to also keep in mind that consumers need daily, fresh, healthy products, food, and but the price nevertheless should be relevant with other alternatives and competitive. And alternatives oftentimes is the locally produced food products. Of course, the parsley produced in an orchard will be always competitive compared to the vertical farm. Sorry, it will be at a lower price and more competitive. But of course, when it comes to exotic greens or the lettuce, they require such technologies as vertical ones. I would like to give floor to Nika now, who will pick up from this point. Greetings, I'm Nika Japaridze, East Fruit team member and agricultural market analyst. Today, I would like to focus on the factors that condition the profitability of the vertical farms in Georgia. First, I would like to start with the positive expectation that the International Monetary Fund has, and per capita GDP is scheduled to increase and surpass 10,000 USDs in 2027, and it's a very good indicator, and we will have higher than Armenia and Azerbaijan, the GDP per capita, and this is the income per capita. And for the vertical farms, this increase is particularly important because they are more focused on the higher income states and the highest income individuals, and the tourism to note also, which surpassed $3.5 billion from inbound tourism, and we have a solid dynamics. Of course, the proceeds from tourism reduced during the pandemic and as a result of war, although there are the expectations that it will get back to the original figures and values. As regards the ultimate consumers, the expectation is positive. Now let's see who are the entities who are going to cooperate with the vertical farms and buy products from them. Overall, the buyer's market is growing while the local supply is stable. When it comes to the restaurants and hotels, the fast development of these fields and investments, 2014 to 2021, according to Geostat, 750 million investments was made, and to note also, every year the considerable investments were made, have been made, and no reduction dynamics can be observed. The 4-point turnover was 4.5 billion, and according to TBC Capital, the market for the fast development of retail, TBC Capital, and FMCG revenue increased. The stalled local and 3 yes, the FMCG revenue from 3 billion increased to 6 billion, and it's set to increase further. And also we should note that the share of the formal market, like the chain and registered businesses share, is set to increase. So on the one hand, there is positive expectations from the customers and the positive dynamic of the businesses that are buying the vertical farms products. Although according to this Geostat data, we can see that the production increase, the Greens group from Geostat, which would comprise also the vertical, and the production is not increasing, and the demand is not being met at the expense of the export. So export is stable like production, and in 21 the import of those vegetables that can be produced by vertical farms has increased. Now, to get to more specific factors that directly have to do with vertical farms, and to consider such significant production factors as electricity costs and the labor costs. I have compared the electricity cost in Georgia with that in the US, because in the US the vertical farms are very well functioning because they have been less affected by the energy crisis, unlike and as compared with Europe, and we have a relatively low price, 10 to 12 cents kilowatt hour. In the US they have 13 average 13 cents, and this is considerable cost, which is a considerable resource, is relatively lower in Georgia. Of course, the workforce cost is considerably lower than in the US, and furthermore, I have looked up several websites over the internet and compared the prices with that in the US. On average, we can say that the Georgian customers are ready to pay more, and they are paying more than in the US. So the balance of supply and demand is such that Georgian customers have to pay more. But we should also note that in the US they have a better developed premium segment, and the positioning has a significant impact on the prices, and you can see way more expensive products over the internet as well overall, but overall and in general we can say that Georgian consumers pay more. And the conclusion is that if in the US vertical farms are effective, and if we have less costs and sell for more, then logically the vertical farm should be effective and successful and efficient in Georgia. And very promising answers have been received from the vertical farms local. We have conducted a survey in which 4 vertical farms have taken part, and it indicates that the vertical farms business is profitable in Georgia, and it would be good if bigger and more attention is paid to this part from the private as well as the public sector. What I have liked most is that all of those farms have already expanded or have such plans, or they have expanded and are planning further expansion. And the results have been quite positive and good as a result of our comparison of the plans of the farms, original plans, and versus their results. Out of the surveyed 4 farms, at least 2 of them had plus minus 2% difference between the planned and the actual in the prices, costs, and the volume of sales. And the error or the difference was maximum the 2 to 10%, which is quite a solid result. Lastly, I would like to focus on the investments required for vertical farms, more or less, and I farm free of charge calculator has been used by me, which is not extremely precise and accurate, but can be good for giving an idea. I have taken deliberately the low prices to be able to see a minimum, like a profitable sort of a break-even, so to say, and where it wouldn't make sense to organize a vertical different sizes of the farms, starting from the 150 square meters and 3.5 meters. And the investment is $300,000 up to $800,000 when it comes to 450 square meter area. And two prices have been used. One is low and another is lower. And for 150 square meter farm, size farm, if 80 cents is the selling price of the plant and for lettuce respectively, then such prices, if there is no sort of profitability, is possible if a good niche is found. 10 years is perhaps not reasonable and feasible, but if price is improved $20 and 1.2 per the plant, then the period will be 5 years, half of that, and the significant economy of scale will be attained by the expansion of a farm. If 150 square meter has a 10 years period, and if we add 100 square meters, this will be brought down to 5 years, and overall setting up a farm per square meter is over $2,000 cost, considering of course the repair and renovation, etc., of the facility. And even a small farm, as we can see, costs quite a lot. And on the Georgian market, there is a great alternative, the space farm spots, which is a mini farm, a small module that can be leased for $800, and it has very low consumption of electricity, about $18 per month. Also, the water costs, the consumption is very low, and the entire service is part of this, such as the seedlings, this is part of this, and the estimated annual the profit per month will be $600 to $700 current, considering the current prices. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nick. Now we would like to focus on the mistakes, errors made by the founders of vertical farms, as well how to avoid those mistakes. I'd like to invite Ms. Marite Galiete from Latvia, who is Latvian, the expert in the vegetable garden and extensive experience in agronomy, is a perfect specialist in the closed controlled environments such as the greenhouses and respectively the vertical farms.
Гамарджоба. Это единственное слово, какое я знаю по-грузински. Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги. Я очень рада вас всех.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thanks to the organizers for invitation and for such a great event. Today, we have already heard investments into the vertical farms are increasing, and most of all, the profit is basically made by those who are producing and then the selling to potential the users, and they are in farms, such major farms who over the past 3 years have been developing, has cut down on their production. In the States also has announced the restart of their activities, and many major firms are facing considerable problems. They are, of course, referring to COVID, energy crisis as reasons. Of course, this is truly the case, although there is also another thing which they overlook. The major major mistakes that were made during the process. As we have already heard, vertical farms is quite inexpensive. They are 10 times more expensive than modern and high technology greenhouses. And how to and where to build them? What is their benefit? Of course, these are environments with extreme climate. These are the deserts, the Arctic, and vertical farms. Majority are oriented the Arab states, and these are the regions where there's a lack of arable plots, where the mountainous and arid regions, which also represent the challenging environment in regions, and the major cities with high population density, where there are plenty of buyers and where the short selling chain can be ensured, and where there is a short to ensure the short sort of a space between the production and the consumer. In expensive restaurants and the production in absolutely closed environment enables throughout the all year round in aeroponics to build the fresh the potatoes, and the restaurant would be able to offer every, for instance, the Sunday, the freshly collected and harvested tiny potatoes and serve to their clients. Of course, there will be few customers for this and a high price, but nevertheless, and in educational institutions, of course, they are there is a perspective. The vertical farms in educational institutions, non-profit. First, vertical the farms, these champignons, the artificial climate, they have been in place for over 50 years, and this is the area where the technological portion is being increased, and in hydroponics of the salad production should also be noted, but this is absolutely without light. Light is necessary only for entering the facility and to find one's way. Otherwise, for the production, the light is even harmful. And when it's about the vegetables, of course, the light is crucial in that case. When they are talking about the solutions of vertical farms, usually they refer to the lack of the arable land and the fresh water, and the labor shortage should be mentioned, and it's going to be exacerbated further and further, and we have to consider the sensor is great, artificial intellect is incredible, but they won't work manually. This will be either us or our co-workers who are going to do the manual work. Of course, the major problem is the high energy consumption in greenhouses as well as vertical farms, and the consumption of energy in vertical farms is considerably higher than in greenhouses. In greenhouses, at least part of the time, we can use the suns, while in the vertical farms it always requires lighting and the irrigation water, and not always the drinking potable water is good for the irrigation. And when we tell the farmers, they are sort of surprised. Well, why can't we irrigate the cucumbers with the potable water if the cattle can drink it? Well, the high composition of hydrocarbonates is soluble, so can be solved, but when it comes to the high mountainous areas, there is a sodium, chlorium, sulfates high composition. There are cases when either very expensive the equipment should be used for the removal, some osmic the filters, or select the plants that for which this water would be suitable. Also, with respect to the strawberries, it can be an issue. And furthermore, when we decide to set up a vertical farm, we have to identify a lab that would perform the complete test of water. Those who are testing the potable water quality, they are not looking at half of the indicators that are of interest for the vertical farms. They are just not set for that. And respectively, considerable amount would be spent, but ultimately a farm is set up, but it appears that the water is not suitable for vertical farming. And usually, and I have been observing this over 11 years, and I am involved in various activities related to vertical farms, and how it usually goes on. A person is inspired, they have seen something over the YouTube or as a result of some trip, and they do set up a improvise, so to say, themselves the farm, and with their self-made LED lamps and sensors. And actually those that are fit actual lamps, they are very expensive, while LED lamps are cheap. And there are, of course, gifted and skilled people, men who, so to say, would think that if they can do 10 times less cost, why spend more? And the bigger problem, and I every time my exposure with research, they are always trying to develop sensors themselves, while this should not be done because there is a ready-made available. And ultimately, once they put together something, they start thinking about what should they produce in this vertical. Well, the lettuce, what about the cucumbers and the pepper even? Well, this is wrong approach. When they see that something is growing there, then they are saying that they are going to scale up and sell and get proceeds. And, or at least at the beginning, the enthusiasts can be found who are buying those constructions and structures, but later on it appears that the growing is not as effective as in the original setup. This is all because the setups and the facilities is different. Microclimate is very significant factor, and the demand on the market should be found. We have to determine what we want to grow. We have to find out all necessary parameters, and which is of course in the literature and over years of experience. But the parameters of the light might not be clear, but as for the humidity, etc., is well known for various plants. And then we create the respective the infrastructure that meets the needs and demands of a plant. That's why I love container, the production, standard size in containers. A standard microclimate can be set up, which can be varied, and then truly those containers can be scaled up 10 and to whatever number feasible. And again, the best vertical farm can be created by a person who works in it, like Viktor Zhulashka in Ukraine, who is producing greens in the bombing shelter. And he is well aware of the errors, the gaps. He can eliminate those, and he can set up a truly solid farm. And the bystander who thinks that the plant is just a plant, unfortunately, without an agronomist's involvement, they would not succeed unless they master the agronomist profession. And basically, vertical farm can be used for any plant, even bananas, they think. Well, this should not be the case. Oftentimes, the internet pictures, like a couple of days ago, there has been information put out. Some company decided to produce a specific, make specific species, varieties of cucumbers, tomatoes for vertical farming. Well, 3.5 meters. This height of this sort of a and 11 meter would be the for 11 meters. And the harvest can be 160 to 200 kg square meter. And why should it be produced in this setup? Then to sort of look for where they are to harvest, and ultimately yield would not be equaling to the greenhouses, so it shouldn't be competitive to the greenhouses. They should be complementary or going one way or another. And here we see this pepper. This is Holland Gundlap, the company, and they are focusing on the offering the ready-made containers for producing the plants. And you can see that this is on the ground, basically like in the greenhouse, without the natural sunlight. And the Japanese market, Arab states, those can be the potential markets for this, like the Holland. Here we see the demands of plants are ignored oftentimes, while particularly the strawberries have their demands towards the ambient air, the minimum, maximum, and optimal, as well as relative humidity, air humidity minimum, maximum, and similarly very important is a photo period duration, day, night. Major farms that produce the microgreens and lettuce, they are having 24 or 20 hours of the light, and electricity consumption and demand will be very high there, while in other cases, and we will see later on, they don't need the light as significantly. Even if we reduce the photo period, there will be considerable saving on electricity. It is very important to have intensive minimum maximum light. Also very important the summary, sort of total like photo period, intensity multiplied, and the sum overall and total. And specifically for you, I have put together this table, and you can see the different plants and their different temperature, optimal temperature, where it is too high for them, which is the optimal duration of the day, the minimum amount of the light throughout the day, and optimal light. These are two different. And last two, we can see, this is very interesting, the wild garlic or coriander. And the wild garlic is popular in Europe and in Georgia. As I know, this is an expensive product, but it is only for a brief period of time on the market, because this plant is responsive to the duration of the day. When day is when it's long, the leaves become hard, and lettuce can be produced year-round and harvested as necessary. Of course, it wouldn't be hectares, but if there is a demand in restaurants, supermarkets, this can be customized to demand. And also to consider that during the day at 16 hours it will start to bloom. But if below that amount, it won't bloom, and you can harvest all year round. So given that duration of the light. So regulating the growing conditions as long as they are known. And of course there is literature about this, and this is one of the stands of the farms, and this is a very nice looking show window. It can be placed in a restaurant, in a shop, but it can't be used to grow the plant. And the person comes in and they see that you know they are growing it there, and but this is not profitable for a shop. For instance, we see that some chef showed a recipe of a Romano lettuce, and everyone starts to buy this romaine, and they all went for this, while when it comes to the baby arugula, no one buys it, and then it gets stale. And for a store, such sort of a show window is good if they get on a regular basis, not for from away every day or once every 2-3 days if it is renewed and restocked, so to say. And in this case it would be effective, so either in a greenhouse or in a closed confined space. But this small show window, if it is transparent temperature, air temperature changes and the humidity changes, and along with those parameters, the perspiration, etc., we can distort the growth of a plant very soon in a very brief period. So respectively it should be placed in a way as to avoid the natural sunlight, and not like this picture where they are subjected to the light from the windows. Moreover, a very nice looking construction, but it should not be the transparent. At most, there should be a small window to be able to see how it is growing, to see what's going on there. While for the plants, they should be in an absolutely isolated environment. The air volume is low, and they would get the moisture from the air, and the problem will start with the calcium, the boron, and the plants will start to turn yellow, etc. Also, very popular, like high walls, vertical, 5 meters, very impressive. The huge problems is the difference in air temperature, and these are the greenhouse cucumbers, and 3+ meters from the bottom to the ceiling, and it's just modern, the greenhouse from top to high. The difference in temperature can reach 7 degrees, which is huge, abnormally high difference. And in this equipment and facility, the difference in air temperature is like alarming, and these sensors are not set up in the appropriate places. They don't show the difference in temperature, and the owner or agronomist are unable to find out what's going on there, and they are trying in Facebook everywhere to look for the counsel and advice. The problem is that they are not considering the demands the plants have, and furthermore, very popular, and there is full of the information over the YouTube. These are designed where they are growing anything they like the pumpkin, which is, while it is not appropriate modality for that. When harvest, everything needs to be cleaned, disinfected, while this design does not enable the appropriate disinfection. In all those small tiny cracks and places, there will be the growing and give rise to infections, etc., etc. This should be dismantled and disintegrated, this plastic stuff, and extensively it should be washed and then put back together. During the dismantling, something will break, then they will discontinue to wash it, and then they will discontinue growing there. So this is the actuality. This is with respect to the light. Of course, they are always trying to have the maximum yield, etc., etc. And the small distances between these structures, while they are small, they are well lit. As soon as the salad or whatever basil they grow, they start to compete for the light. Well, we are selling based on the demand, right? And this is not alcohol, the production. So unless we harvest and sell it timely, this will be the unreasonable, and in 3 days we would have to discard that because we wouldn't be able to sell it, and therefore this should be quite a sparingly sort of set up. Our problem is the absence, sort of lack of the workforce and the technical solutions. There are the automatic, there are robots also available, like the ornamental, they are using the sort of, for the planting robots, as well as for different activities and processes. There are also the cutting sort of the devices that are used, and they sort of not manual, to avoid the manual work. And how many can be placed on this device? And these costs are leading to ineffective and inefficient operations. While everyone has focused on the sensors and the software, of course they have their role, they have their function and importance, but they forget. Another example, as if it looks very impressive and nice, but to be able to harvest from the top layer the respective sort of product is needed, and the construction they didn't realize that they would have to get to that point, and such by hand and then to take, etc., etc. In modern, the mushroom, they have all this sorted out, and the substrate every level. They are then taking in a separate room where the cutting takes place, this automatic, and then they are manually removing the lower parts. So this is just not viable because of the lack of the manpower. And the vertical farm strawberries, why not at a glance? On the one hand, given that we are able to regulate the temperature day and night, we can have all year round, we can ensure the standard supply of the strawberries, of the berries, and we can produce the technically possible, but there is a huge amount of problems involved here. Again, how much it would cost this Oishi Japanese enterprise in the US, quite intensively developing, but this is $50 per box who we would find the buyers for this product. On the lower, this is Latvia, a farm, quite a primitive greenhouse, the wooden and the plastic cover, and you can see the amount and number of the berries and fruits. And above is a vertical farm, and you can see the number of the berries there. And if we are able to, within 2 months, collect this amount of the berries and then plant again and then grow, versus in the upper picture, and if we harvest during a half a year this amount, of course this one is more profitable and beneficial. And also a problem for us, those who would like to grow in vertical farms of the strawberry, the issue with the respective seedlings is an issue. It has to be grown on themselves. They should grow it themselves, but by all means in a substrate, not in soil, to be able to have the guaranteed non-infected and healthy seedlings and plants. Of course, compact, the root system in a tray, it has to be done by themselves, by all means, and also depending on the sorts, the short day varieties with a programmed productivity. This can be done. The Belgians do use this method. In that case, the products would be truly good. If we want, this is quite expensive every 3 months to replant the strawberries, neutral day varieties, and then have half a year or year. In that case, this has to be mastered specifically, like we grow in the tomatoes and the cucumbers. The plants should be kept in balanced conditions. Those technologies have not been well developed and in the world, and in Canada, Russia, they grow in the greenhouses. They are starting to grow in Europe, but it's still not well developed, and this is a picture from the farm. In February this year, there were many producers of vertical farms presented there. Again, the transparent facility, 3 tiers, strawberry. They were so proud. They had sensors and they can operate using a phone. And 4 degrees difference for strawberry. This is big, and the quality can't be attained. And if it is neutral day sorts, but they have 24 maximum if we want to get the solid product. In vertical farms, in theory, the vertical farms enable this opportunity possibility. It just has to be utilized and used. Another picture from the internet, naturally, just recently, some company was offering the just turnkey, so to say, and it was done by a good architect, but the person did not consider that it was plants, and thought like approach was like towards furniture. Unfavorable circulation of air and optimal microclimate can't be attained, and this should have been done. The 3 chambers, each chamber should have had its microclimate management, and that would work in that way. And another big mistake they have made, that these elements within the walls, they can be in a building. There can be a dining in the dining or in other, but other than in the area where there is a growing, because the walls should be smooth by all means in that space. And the last slide, drones. Of course, they are very popular. Are they needed in vertical farms? Well, actually, yes. Drones, particularly in major vertical farms, particularly where the plants are grown in more than 3 tiers, and to look, be able to look at all, observe all farms by agronomists, etc. Of course, they have to get up, down, and while drone can be very useful for filling this need. And this is a very prominent firm, and this picture, they are encountering some difficulties and trying to tackle them. Just a year ago, they got very prestigious prize. This drone shows the following, that in every pot there is either the arugula or the lettuce, and when they planted it. So agronomists need to see the general condition of the plants. All those tables or the readings are not relevant here, as long as agronomist sees the plants that differ from others, and the exact coordinates to be identified of those plants. When agronomists can get to that spot and to identify the reason for that abnormality and to eliminate. Of course, drones is very incredible as long as they are used appropriately. This is all I wanted to speak about. Thank you for your attention. Dear guests, now, after this very interesting presentation, we would like to focus on the market in Georgia for vertical farms. And therefore, I would like to invite for the discussion, Mr. Legrand.
Leavand Boadze.
And Miranda Manchgaladze. Important to note that we performed a survey of whether they have ever tried a product produced in vertical farms. If not, and I can see that unfortunately there are not many answers yet, but 54% answered no. And in Stamba Cafe, you can try these products, and you can also observe and see the vertical farm. In other restaurants, HoReCa sector in general, this is possible. We just don't know from where this product is.
And I would like to ask our chefs who have great experience, long-term experience, beginning from studying in UK, like nutritionist, culinary arts, and so on, and also working and living in different countries, about what is demand, what is dynamic of the demand currently, if you see growth in your restaurant, if you, and what are people asking, what do you prepare for people, and also then maybe Levan, who joined Ajara Group since 2017. Yep. And also has international experience. He was also the chef of Shukura restaurant in 2001, and now it's also joined Stamba Cafe. So maybe you could think about and answer this question. So what is the demand, and what is the assortment do you have, and how is dynamics?
Greetings, I'm Leman Gadze, as has been mentioned by Katerina Cafe Stamba chef, and answer to the question as to what the consumption and the demand, etc. is of the microgreens and the lettuce in our restaurant. Answer is that that it is high, because about 90% of the menu is the baby this and the microgreens, and respectively the demand is quite high. consumers are quite demanding. They always look for the fresh products there and in best condition. And of course, we are making sure we have this luxury to be able to offer this, because across 50 meters across, we have this space farm, and we can just go to there and just harvest and cut for the specific dish. And if you can say, do you note that, do you tell that this is from the vertical farm? Of course, the service staff are informing the customers that this is fresh, this is straight from our space farm, and we always underscore and highlight this, and we are even promoting this, and we are proud of this. This is quite a good luxury we have in this respect. Not many restaurants have this possibility, and we, the chefs, have the respectively better capacity with this respect. And of course, with the change, we change, and we respectively offer and add different other microgreens and the greens.
Or do you have my understanding is that there are plenty of restaurants that you manage. There is a Cafe Stamba, there is the kitchen restaurant in Rooms Hotel. Do you make any differentiation in price or an assortment? I mean, the demand?
Well, I mean, both restaurants, Stamba and Rooms, are different in the sense of as you say, of design as well as a concept regarding the food. Beside that, I mean, in regards to vertical farming, we are using both the same kind of variety with a slightly difference in between. Let's say in Stamba, we have a dish that is made all around the butter crunch salad that is completely coming from a space farm, which is our vertical farming inside Stamba. We're using all the microgreens as well within decoration, but as well to add a little bit of flavor accordingly to the dishes that has been made. So let's say if you use something that is a bit acidic, that we're going to use a bit of red sorrel, or if something more earthy, we use a bit of pea shoot. So we try to balance and to use those microgreens to enhance the dishes rather than to using just as a decoration. I think in regards to the dynamic, I think people are looking more into eating safer food, more simple food that are more taste, less processed. Therefore, the beauty of having a vertical farming, we can enable this to happen using less chemical to grow the products, being more natural, being more out of season as well, even though I believe that we should eat product within their season because our body needs, for some reason, what's come into season, give us the vitamin, the mineral, all the energies that we kind of need. However, this is the beauty as well of that is like give us a flexibility to be able to use those products and all year long, having a sustainability as well, yeah. That one, friendly. So, yeah, I think this is great. I think we are lucky enough to have the space farm in Stamba, and that is one of the first vertical farm in Georgia, if not the first one.
But I also would like to note, I think there are a few still vertical farms are already developed, but I would also like to know that you are like premium restaurant and cafes, right? So your clients are interested in environment, in pesticides free, in this kind of stuff, and are ready to pay for it premium price, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now I would like to present Miranda Majgaladze, who is our retail expert. She has long-standing experience in retail business as a founder of Retail Association, also as a mentor and trainer. And we would like to know more about demand in retail, in Georgian retail. how much or how many greens do we need daily, annually, at least in Tbilisi, in formal retail sector?
Well, greetings to all, and thank you for inviting. This is a very big privilege for me to speak in front of this audience and in front of you. In the retail, and I will obviously speak about the organized retail, the formal structure. Obviously, all the retail chains are serving the customers and customer needs. So in order to identify and connect the dots to the previous presentation, there should be a demand. Because vertical farming is trendy, or for example, it's done in the United States, it doesn't mean that it will be efficient, for example, at this moment in Georgia as well. First of all, the customer behavior has to change. For that, we need more information for the customers in order for them to understand why the products of the vertical farming is more beneficial than just the normal farms, for example, that use not big amount of fertilizers are bioproducts, for example, or organically beneficial for the customers. So it's very important for the customers to change the behavior based on the information that they receive. At this moment in Georgia, because of the given natural conditions and the environment that we hold, I don't believe, but it's my subjective opinion, that there is a big need of the vertical farming, because we have the land and we can use this land and have products that we need. I think the vertical farming is a technological answer to those countries that lack, the land, environmental, the situations and given conditions for the, the horticulture. In Georgia, we don't have that. In retail, I don't believe in near 5 to 10 years, but it's also my subjective opinion that the retail stores will have the vertical farmings, for example, displayed in the store. One reason for that is electricity, and the electricity usage, as I understand from this presentation, is very high. Only retailers that will step into this business will be very high, premium, segmented, customer-oriented, the chains. Unfortunately, maybe we don't have as much of the premium users in Georgia as we wish to have, but there are still some niche market, as for example, Stamba in the restaurant. Unique selling point is a freshness and, adding value to their dishes. The chains that we have in Georgia, obviously we have them, the premium chains, but unique selling point at this moment to have the vertical farming in the stores, I don't see in the near 5 to 10 years. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I will be right, we will see. But obviously there needs to be a demand first. When there is a demand, there is always a supply, either through the restaurants or the retail chains. At this moment, I don't see the need from the customers or the environmental need that we need to have the vertical farming. Therefore, I don't think there is a very big prospects, even though Google Analytics says the different, the searching of the vertical farming and stuff, the statistics are growing, but I don't think it will be in a very near future. However, as far as demand goes, for example, customer behavior changes as it changes in the rest of the other countries. They're seeking more the healthier options, obviously. So the vegetables and greeneries and salads are obviously demanded products. However, in the formal retail chain, in the modern retail chains, if we analyze, in a very successful cases, the share of the fruits and vegetables is from 2.5% to 8%, so it's not very high. Therefore, still, we have the customer experiences. The customer experience is more in the bazaar format for the fruits and vegetables. So that is shifting, however, it takes time. By TBC Capital research that was previously done, only approximately 40% is a formal organized chain, 60% is still, unorganized. Therefore, we have a lot to talk before we say that we have a need of the vertical farming. But yes, it's very interesting. It's very interesting what's going on in other parts of the world, and I'm sure if it's something that customers require in Georgia, the suppliers will meet the need.
Thank you. My next question would be, since we're speaking about the demand and interesting, from the chef's point of view, what kind of herbs or berries or any other crop you would love to see growing in the vertical farm that would benefit your offer to your customers? I mean, what you need, and it's not growing now, but you would love to have? For instance, I was thinking about, like independently about like wild garlic, because I love this, and you cannot get it, maybe you have it 1 month per year and it's expensive. Maybe there are other interesting crops that you would wish to be grown in vertical farm.
I mean, yeah, the previous guest, I mean, the slides were very informative, and he kind of explained as well what the possibility of growing in vertical farming. Mainly those vertical growth herbs and fruit and vegetable or flowers that can grow. All roots vegetable cannot be grown in vertical farming, which somehow kind of limit you in some categories. So you have to stick to green leaf or herbs or some fruits. Strawberry would be very interesting because it's a seasonal product and you cannot have all year long. We did some trial actually with strawberries, cherry tomatoes in our space farm. Therefore, it does works, but I think that then we end up with a technical issue in a sense of you need to kind of compartment things correctly because the temperature, the daylight, all this cycle needs to be controlled carefully. Therefore, you cannot, if you do strawberries, you have to do only strawberries. You cannot do strawberries with wild garlic, which would be great as well to have all year long. Or some greens cannot grow at the same time. So therefore, you end up with having an issue in space and technical and cycle with the daylight, with the temperature control, the humidity, the water. I mean, the possibilities are endless in the sense of we have to experiment to try to make it happen, and then from there we can move on and see if we can do other things. I mean, even some exotic products. I mean, we use Thai basil in our space farm. I mean, this is Thai basil, it comes from Thailand. I mean, we are managing to make it happen in Georgia, which is great. Kombucha, like a Japanese, how do you say, butternut squash could be grown as well in those kind of farm. But then you have the logistic, the support to hold the fruits. You have to build some cage around it to be able the way to sustain all this farm. I mean, I think there is a lot of technical and logistic issue to work on before we can able to expand it and to do a lot of things. But yeah, I mean, we are very lucky. I mean, we can nowadays we use like 10, 15 plus different type of microgreen, 10 variety of green leaf, from kale, from Swiss chard, from Misuna, from butter crunch salad, baby jam. I mean, this is just after your mind just go and just try.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like to add something?
Yes, sure. To answer your question, is there any product that I would like to use? There are many such products. It's just when we prepare a menu and we do the development, we also try and understand then to do something preparation and to take things in advance. We discuss these things with the management that for the next menu we want to use this and that, and we do the updates then. And now, for instance, the thyme is one of my favorites, and I like its aroma, and we've actually added it to the menu, the Space Farm choice. Thank you very much indeed. I want to move to you about what can be grown. Everything can be grown in the vertical farm, and the same. What is the experience of Latvia, and do you know any similarities. And what about the vertical farms? I agree with what has been said, that we are from retail, and I support this idea indeed. And as I said, these vertical farms, and of course there are people who are ready to pay for it. In Latvia, vertical farms are, you know, very few, like 20, very simple indeed, and they are fully closed with the shelves and the LED lights. This is how I know it's not the best, and they grow actually this, and this is addition to the produce that they produce in summer, but they need to make money in winter as well. So they actually, it is the niche business. They do distribute it, these greens, along some route, and they announce about it in Facebook and other social networks. They receive orders, and this is quite expensive sets. So once a week, I mean, if you can buy one box with the microgreens, with the substrate for 20 euros, well, I don't know really where you get so many people who eat microgreens that intensively and that much. And because the electricity has become very expensive now, part of greens and salad producers, they started making the vertical farms for the for salad actually, so that they started growing and then move it to the house. And also they have the different selection, and we have soy farmers, and actually the lighting and the temperatures are not ideal, but with vertical farms it may work, and the demand on soy is quite high actually. And as I said, there was this slide with these poor potatoes, and there are experience of growing potatoes with aeroponics, again for selection purposes, but again together with that we have the versions that actually we will learn how to do that, and somebody will be able to offer these fresh potatoes just collected, just harvested. And we start preparation of students, of youth. Well, we just theoretically tells them all that, but as soon as these tests end in something good and positive, we'll start teaching students. Yes, now maybe it's too early, but in 10 years there may be a bigger demand on that too. Thank you. So, to summarize, it seems that in the nearest future in the supermarket we will not be able to buy some tasty things, but at the same time we will have to go to the high-end restaurants where we will be able to have some tasty salads. And I was actually absolutely amazed when I tried it. It was just harvested, the taste was balanced, and I will wait for the time when this will be available in the Stamba Cafe. Thank you very much. And now I would like to pass floor to the next speaker, and basically we start the next part, and it is about the green logistics. Thank you all very much indeed. I want to invite Mr. Ferdinand Ribalka, who will speak about the new technologies, about the pooling, and that will be interesting for the retail sector specifically.
Gaumar Jus. Andrei, in previous presentation, say a couple of words about pooling. I try to describe very simple definition of this is logistics service. Everywhere know about packaging. Usual packaging is like one-way disposable packaging, and very popular alternative system is using recycling foldable and unfoldable plastic returnable crate system. This is the name pooling. Why is Georgia move to pooling now? A lot of reasons. The first reason is the huge direct savings for $1 million per year for all supply players in supply chain. Second is ecological benefits, better access for green investment, because this is a part of circular economy. Next is lower labor requirements, especially for the shops, because retailers compete with each other and try always reduce labor cost, less workers using in the shop. Next is in Georgia and other countries, maybe you know, real estate, for commercial real estate is very expensive. And this system can increase trade space for retailer and increase income. Improve freshness and quality for fresh produce, because plastic crate is perforated and in practical much better for post-harvest handling and for transportation from field to retail. Traceability. If you control supply chain from farm to retail, you understand from where actually produce come, because you control each box. And in future, it's integration with Internet of Things. It's very important for retailer, improve effectiveness, for understand real sales per each SKU per each shop. This system very developed in the world. You can see on the slide how many retailers in different countries using this system. It's not full list. System is really developed, and totally market for such kind of services more than $3-4 billion annually, world market, and this is market increase. Pooling is very important. Returnable plastic crate is more environmentally friendly than one-way disposable packaging. Reduce CO2 emission potentially around 50%. 95% reduction in solid waste. Two main methods and two main types of returnable plastic crates used in the world. It's foldable and stackable and unfoldable. In this photo you can see foldable crates. This is system working for distance more than 1,000 kilometers. If distance less than 300 kilometers, using system like unfoldable, stackable system. The most common business models for the work in returnable crates. First model, when a supermarket buy container in the property, this is most common model in the UK. Also in Georgia market, such kind of, it's not real pooling, but let's say first step of development. And retail chain Orina Beach is using this system and they own crates and give to farmers. Maybe you know about that. We can see in next photos as example. And second model is service pooling company, purchase containers, invest and provides rental service for all supply chain, is using and use returnable plastic crate is much effective way. Not only for one retailer, also for import, for export, for different players, even for unorganized market. This is system work in Turkey, very developed. Standardization is very important. UK market is much developed, and standardization, it means less number of type of packaging, increase effectiveness. This is, you can see in the slide and figures, it's UK grocery pool makes 850 million trips per year. They use 47 million units. And they reduce, during this period, they reduced by 50% to only using four types packaging: for meat, for milk, for fresh, for bread. It's work not only for fruit and vegetables. Interesting history development in Baltic countries, especially Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. It's not huge, not country with huge potential, with huge population, but actually at the moment in 3 countries using 3.2 million standard plastic returnable crates. In Estonia especially more than 1 million, and population in Estonia 1.3 million. Target clients, producers of meat, dairy, fruit and vegetables, but mostly milk and meat. They using rent, they using short-term leasing, long-term leasing. They provide washing service for meat and milk processing. Even wash plastic crates not in property with pooling company. 3 washing center in 3 countries, and one of the washing centers is fully automated at the moment. Ukraine is also interesting example. 3 pooling company, around 3 million crates work in the market. The largest pooling company produce in own boxes. Other companies is import from Israel. Cost per one trip and per one cycle is 2 times cheaper than cost in EU, and this is the reason why is international company not come to Ukraine market. Only 5 washing center, they using only 2 types, main types. A good example for potential and for future, for development for pooling services, even for bananas using pooling. It means importers and retailers from USA, from Georgia, using foldable crates for import bananas from Ecuador. Just for very simple figures. If price for one banana box costs $2.3, rent for 3 months. Why is 3 months? Because 1 month distance from, for example, from EU to Ecuador, 1 month from Ecuador to EU, and 1 month for ripening and for selling. Cost will be maximum $1, and direct savings more than $1 per box. It's a huge amount for savings. We calculate for volumes in Georgia import bananas, just example, and if remove all banana boxes which import annually in Georgia, direct savings will be more than $2 million per year. Very simple example of, I have a presentation, is what is a payback. Payback is optimistic scenario in 2 years, reality in between 3 and 4 years. In practice, in Baltic, in EU, even payback and more longer. Current market in Georgia, what is the potential? I said before about Baltic scenario. In Georgia, same distance like in Baltics, not big population, but in potential, in our estimation, more than 1 million crates next 3-5 years. And couple photo of actual situation in retail, Georgian retailers, opportunities and problems. This is photo from Fresco, as I remember, yes, for Fresco. You can see returnable plastic crates using like equipment, like display. it's not effective way. It's idea is boxes must be moving from farm to retail, not stay in the shop. Always must move, and because in that way retailer investment and it's not using effective. This is photo from Renewables. What is the problem? Renewables using ineffective way, but problem in Renewables is only one size. For example, it's if you're using such kind of box for peaches, it's not the best packaging for or some kind of tomatoes. Yes, and second is problem for Renewables is washing. If you're using these boxes for potato and for onions, you must you always definitely must washing, but then unwashed. And this is a problem. And this is a typical photo of display in the Georgia with black or different types plastic second-hand boxes which using, and this is a potential for future because such kind of boxes is not, it's not, raw materials produces not certified for food in long term. Yes, and this is a problem. You're not it's not food. It cannot use for food such kind of boxes because Turkey exporters, mostly from Turkey, when they export in such kind of box to EU, it's forbidden. For Ukraine, for Russia, for Georgia, for as a post-Soviet Union, it's possible because that kind of packaging cheaper. But in long term, it's impossible. And this is a potential for remove and for develop pooling service. Thank you for your attention. Didi Madloba.
Ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მე მგონი საინტერესო კონცეფცია ადგილობრივი რიტეილისთვის.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's very interesting for the retail. Now I would like to call Mr. Jürgen Pump, if he's in the room. Jürgen Pump. But if he isn't, let's move to the next presentation. And it is about solar panels. For using it in producing the for raspberries. So good afternoon once again. Today I will speak about agrovoltaics. I didn't know how to translate it into Georgian. I couldn't find the translation, so I will call the agrovoltaics, and I will just explain what that is. And it's actually about usage of solar panels for two purposes at once. Now, what does it mean? And these are ordinary solar panels that are used for solar energy, but in this case, when we talk about the agrovoltaics, the usage means something else as well. Below, underneath the panels, you can grow annual or perennial, or we could use it, for instance, in pastures. The panels are the same, but the system should be a little elevated so that it gives space for growing plants. The brief history that I want to tell you, probably it's not very interesting to go into nitty-gritties of the chronology, but the interesting thing is the countries where the systems are more or less developed. They're Germany, France, China, Japan, and South Korea. And it is the history of approximately 30, actually, well, as an idea, it appeared in Germany for the first time in 1981. So it's about 30-40 years of history. And this system became popular, and the state supported this system. Developed countries like France and Germany and Japan, they've supported this system. Now, why is agrovoltaics so important and interesting today? I want to tell you a couple of words about it. In the last 3 years, the number of research has increased in this direction because the global picture has changed, as well as the EU plans, because there are plans to move to renewable energy, and America has changed its plans too, and it is related to COVID pandemic and the Russians' invasion into Ukraine. And it made the EU think more and more thoroughly to become more independent from Russia in terms of energy supply. They don't want to depend on Russia anymore. So therefore, they've set their goals and they plan that 42% of their energy consumption would be produced by them. So in case of America, the plans are even more ambitious. They want to make the 80% of consumption produced through the renewable energy sources. Thus, the budget is also allocated that is required for all of it, and it's not a small amount, you would agree. Now, why can it be interesting for Georgia? Well, one thing is that we have interesting, very good sun conditions, and in addition, we are the country with the scarce amount of lands, and therefore they need to be used accordingly and appropriately. And this system actually leads to efficacy. Agriculture in Georgia is supported by the state programs, and it is an important factor for development of agrivoltaics. The example of developed countries demonstrated it very well. The state subsidizes such projects so that in future they will become viable and sustainable because the global picture changes. In addition, we do have certain cultures that are good for growing under the solar panels. Not all plants can be grown like this, and we have to choose that are tolerant to shade or, quite opposite, require protection. And here, in this case, I mean berries, and berry sector in Georgia is quite a young sector, I would say, and those who know about this sector, they know what problems are faced by the local. This can be one of solutions, although it's not the first choice. This is the sort of, there are cheaper versions and options. However, that could be the ideal version, so that these solar panels are used to protect the grown plants where there are lots of investments are made, and where we have big gardens of berries like blueberries, raspberries or anything else. Now let's move to the next question. What is the cost of a system like that? Well, there are some estimates made, and they are made per kilowatt hour of energy. So this is the unit, the cost of production of 1 kilowatt hour. In this diagram, you see different agrivoltaic systems. First, we see the solar station. It's not about agrivoltaics, and therefore there is the lowest price. This just ordinary solar panels generating electricity, and then And a different one is the agrovoltaics that is used in horticulture in case of perennial plants. For their coverage and protection, and its cost lags behind the rooftops only, where the panels are actually placed on the rooftops for the purposes of producing electricity. Well, this system is not sort of competitive, but we cannot compare the prices because the agrivoltaics has the double meaning, and it actually protects from the negative effect on environment. Now, what are the components of the capital cost, and why these systems are more expensive than other ordinary solar panels energy plants? Well, the important factor here is that agrivoltaics requires a special construction where the panels will be installed. The price of panels is the same, it doesn't change. The difference lays in construction, and in case of agrivoltaic, we need the elevated structure, and it requires its basement or a platform, and therefore, the so-called trackers are involved so that the solar panels receive or generate maximum energy. Sorry, probably I will have to look at the slide like that. And the next slide is about reduction of the agrivoltaics cost. We see the price index here. This is the data for 2022 and 2023. We see some reduction in cost, but if we compare it to more historic data, then the cost of panels actually reduced by 52%. So the expectation should be that they will become cheaper and cheaper in the future. The factor is that the key producer of the solar panels is China, and China most probably will make their production cheaper. And in addition, the interest towards such systems has increased, and therefore the scientists work on new type of these panels. They most probably will be more effective and cheaper. Here I have an example of one-sided, two-sided and semi-transparent panels. Well, if previously we had the monocrystallic panels, and if they had the biggest share in the market, now there are new panels that are being studied and new projects are being implemented. I will not speak about it more, and I will move to the specifics of the of berries. And actually, so what would be the cost if we just covered it with the ordinary protection net, and what would it cost if we installed the agrivoltaic system? Such study was conducted in Chile. Agrivoltaics is not developed there. It is a theoretical estimate. However, Chile has been using for several years now in its blueberry production this protective nets, and they estimate that in the future the solar panels can become the substitutes for this covered protective nets. But according to the calculations, we see that the price of the agrivoltaics per hectare is 110,000 USD, while the cheapest net costs 15,133 USD.
this does not consider the benefits of agrivoltaics. And furthermore, we have to take into account that the agrivoltaics is a long-term investment because 25, 30 years of their life. And while in case of this cover, their life period is maximum 15, and if it's poor quality, even in 1 year, farmer will have to replace it. So, as regards the standard, although the agrivoltaics has, of course, its downsides, we have to admit, and currently the scientists are in the process of researching and determining the specific crops and the specific and the percentage indicator per crop of the shade requirement, because every plant is individual and individual approach is required. According to the German standard, the following points should be considered in order for agrivoltaics to be considered successful. One of those is that after introduction of the agrovoltaic system, the yield should not be less than 6% compared to the situation without this system. 66% is admissible because there are some of the crops where, whenever this is the first year of the system, there can be radical change observed, and farmer can get 50% less yield. And furthermore, the effective use of land should be ensured, and the losses of the sort of area should not be more than 10% after the installation of the solar panels. As regards for perennial crops, it would be interesting if we speak about two types of the system. The one is the interspace system, the so-called, which envisages the installation of panels between the rows and the production of energy, although this has its upsides and downsides. Since the panels will be placed between the rows, relatively less capacity and the power per hectare. There is a less production of energy using this system compared to another type system, which is on an elevated space, 2 to 6 meters, and below there are under it the crops are respectively planted and etc. These are the elevated systems, and this is my own translation, and Georgian version may not be extremely fitting, and it is used for the annual crops and in fruit gardens, and 2 to 6 meters elevation of the solar panels. As regards the opportunities and challenges, opportunities is that these panels have double function, and they produce electricity and also protect plants. And furthermore, the rainwater accumulation is also important benefit, which is possible as in case and as a result of installation of such systems. And moreover, farmers are able to diversify their income. As regards the challenges, high investment costs should be noted, although in this case a subsidy system always comes into play in case of Germany and France, and the specificity of planning is different and requires better and more knowledge and observation, because still no extensive study of the installation of such system with respect to the crops is done, because it changes the microclimate. 0.5 to 4 degrees lower temperature becomes lower below the panels, and moreover, exactly and accurately the shade amount required by a plant should be calculated. 20 to 40% shading is necessary in case of berries. Future trends. As regards the future trends, expectation expectation is that the interest towards such systems is set to increase further, and if now and currently this is at the research stage, it's going to become more commercial. As regards market growth, annual growth 2021-2027, according to the research, will be 45%, which is a major indicator. As regards plants varieties, the more prospective will be the leafy greens, lettuce, etc., given their needs and demands, and given that this microclimate under these panels conducive to them. And China is a main producer with respect to agrovoltaic, not only the solar, and there is an expectation that China will remain a dominant player on the global market because of various factors, including their geographic capacity, since they have the areas where they can set up such systems, and moreover, the political decision can also be made in China for the further development of these systems. This is all I wanted to say and tell. Apologies for not being very eloquent, maybe closer to the end of the day, although I have been very keen on delivering these presentations. A very interesting topic. I do hope that this is going to be developed in Georgia, and this will go further than just presentation and theory for Georgia. Thank you very much, Mariam. Very prospective topic. And in Georgia, there are already the gardens that are capable of irrigation fully by means of the operation of the solar panels. And in places where they lack the grid and where they don't use the diesel engines. And this is a topic which will be presented by the expert representative of the company Lawrence, Germany, Jürgen Pump. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And so far we heard a lot of speeches which were very interesting, and most of them have the same basis. It needs water for irrigation. So we, as Lawrence, are a manufacturer of solar-powered water pumping. Okay. Okay, now we have it. So we are an integrated solar water pumping company, which was founded in 1993. We are not the biggest manufacturer of pumps, but we are the global leaders in the solar water pumping market. Why is that? Since 30 years, we develop and build water pumps powered by solar only. This made us to experts in business and technology. We deliver our pump systems via a global professional partner network to over 150 countries in this world, and we cooperate with thousands of partners locally. Here you can see our global headquarters. It's based in Germany. It has an office space of 2,250 square meters and a warehouse of 2,200 square meters. It is the headquarters for international sales and marketing, purchasing and accounting, and the international engineering team of mechanics, electronics, and software development. On the roof, you can see a 161 kilowatt peak and an east-west orientation, the specialty is that on the roof there are 12 kilometers of cabling installed. This is because the solar system can be individually and automatically configured for testing purposes. So we can simulate any possibility of strings and so on to test our pump development. And we have a 178 cubic meters test pool, as well as 2 wells on our facility. This is the factory. The latest one, it was built in 2017. It has also a test area, a large pool, 500 kilowatt peak on PV on the facility. It's 100% owned by Lawrence, and it's located in Beijing, China. This is simply because our founder, Mr. Bernd Lawrence, is based in China. He lives there, has his family there, and right from the beginning, the factory was built in China. So we are a truly international company. Solar water pumping systems support many of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, directly and also indirectly. The rewards for solar-powered irrigation systems start from food and water aid onto food and water security, and then via economic security to health, stability, education, and well-being. So depending on the country level, it serves all states. Solar-powered irrigation helps a lot when it comes to irrigation, because 70% of the world's water used is for irrigation. And with solar power, anything is possible in irrigation. There are basically no limits, from small plants up to commercial farmings. And harvesting the energy of the sun for water pumping is cheaper, cleaner, and more sustainable than using grid power or even worse, diesel generators. This shows the basic of solar power irrigation. You have a solar array which converts the light to electricity. Solar panels have a long life, low price. You have a pumping controller, which converts the voltage into energy for the pump. You have a solar pump, either a submersible pump or a surface pump, which is variable speed drive, has a high efficiency. The water source could be the pond, a river, a well, a stream, a canal, whatever. And the water is directly delivered to the field. For small system, it's manually irrigated, very simple system, can be used anywhere on this planet. A more sophisticated irrigation system is using sprinklers, for example, to have an automatic irrigation system, which is again then irrigated directly when the sun is shining. Also, more sophisticated solution than manual irrigation, but still far away from industrial agriculture. This is a bit more sophisticated pressure drip irrigation from a pond, which uses then a storage, either an elevated pond or elevated tank for gravity irrigation to ensure a constant pressure and constant flow, even when the sun is not shining at full power. Whereas then the storage part is filled up by solar power when the sun is available. These systems need quite some engineering. It's not too easy, but also not too complicated to design them, if you know what you're doing. In cases where you can't have an elevated storage facility for the water, you have the solution of hybrid solar power irrigation systems, which uses the energy of the sun blended with the power from grid or diesel generator. Our systems blend the power, which is more efficient than just switching. Blending power means every kilowatt of solar power is used, and depending on the requirements, so a certain flow or a certain pressure, the additional demand not covered by solar power is then taken from the grid or from a generator. For example, if you start to irrigate at 5 o'clock in the morning, when you don't have sunlight, you use full solar power, or when it's a cloudy day and you have less energy from the sun to meet the pressure and flow demands for the drip irrigation, then it's topped up automatically by the sun. So this is a sample implemented here in Georgia. It's an almond orchard. It's on an area of 120 hectares, located between Zabatlo and the village Pirozhnani. The site is located just 3 kilometers from the Alazani River. And despite the proximity to the water source, in the first season, the owners were forced to supply irrigation water to the drip irrigation system using a tank where water was pumped and distributed through the system by 2 diesel pumps, each a capacity of 90 kilowatts, because there's no electricity grid power in the district. The operation of diesel engines on such a power costed the owner a little more than $400 per day, which resulted in $41,500 for 100 days of irrigation per year, which is quite a lot of money. But also not uncommon for such applications. So we provided a solution, our so-called PSK2 100 pump system, to replace the expensive diesel pumps. Our autonomous submersible pumping system is powered by solar panels, exactly 108 kilowatt peak a solar array. The water is pumped over a distance of 3 kilometers with 130 meters elevation to a storage pond. And from there, it's gravity fed into the irrigation system. The irrigation system is divided into sectors so that each tree is watered every 3 days and requires a system pressure of 4 bars. The solar panel array is placed on an area of about 500 square meters near the garden. Thanks to the system, the water was raised by a total of 130 meters at a distance of 3 kilometers, and the flow is about 130 cubic meters per hour. Although the investment of solar panels and the purchase of the pump was almost 3 times higher than the purchase of 2 new diesel pumps, by choosing a solar-powered system, the owners avoided the annual cost of $41,000 of diesel, not including the cost of the diesel delivery and equipment maintenance and so on. Which is in the long term, over 10 years, made it possible to reduce the cost of 1 cubic meters of water from 70 cents to 17 cents. So the cost of 1 kilogram of almond is reduced by 20 cents. And beside that, the project is now CO2 neutral, but also due to the absorption of carbon dioxide by parental plantings, the CO2 negative. So it's good for the environment and also for the money. The operational results are, it's time saving, it's automatically operating, no more maintenance on diesel generators or diesel pumps, no transport for diesel. It's a clean and quiet operation, and no external future costs influences. So not increasing prices of energy or diesel. Projects like this are implemented since 30 years all over the world. This is a part in Turkey, quite similar application. This one is in Peru. Nicaragua. And finally, I want to give you my three most important balancing points. First is the right sizing. Solar pump systems need to be designed and sized for an application. If they are not, they will be too expensive. The sizing is a bit more complicated, but can be properly handled with the right software and knowledge, which is readily available with us and our local sales and service partners, like Helios Energy here in Georgia. Second is measure, monitor, and know. Solar pumps are more intelligent than standard electric pumps or diesel pumps. They're digitally controlled, so adding additional inputs, sensors, and recording data is easy. You can monitor groundwater levels, record water abstraction in the pump controller. IoT and big data allow you to understand what is happening at micro and macro levels. If the farmer is using too much, is this region suffering from aquifer depletion? So is there a drought in the near future? Everything can be measured and monitored. So you can take appropriate measures against that. With all this information and technology, we can give water a value by using the pump brain, which is a controller. Setting volume limits to avoid overpumping and find the right combination of incentive and enablement to avoid waste of resources and money. Thanks for the attention.
Ძალიან საინტერესო ტექნოლოგია და ვფიქრობ
interesting technology, and I believe it has a great perspective. But as regards what other perspectives exist in Georgia with respect to technology, including not only in Georgia, but in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Moldova, and Ukraine, will be the topic of our next discussion together with our experts. And I would like to now invite you to the final panel discussion. I'd like to invite Mr. Andrei Yarmak, Mr. Yevgen Kuzin, Bakhtiror Abduvohidov, Daria, invite Daria as well. For this panel discussion on green digital solutions from various countries.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for everyone who stayed with us all this long day. And we hope it was interesting. Now we would like to summarize everything we've heard, but also add a little bit of information about the trends in the digitalization and greening of horticulture in different countries. We have a couple of guests from Ukraine, and I'd like to add that to present all of this, we spent more than a year studying all these technologies, looking for some tests, live tests in the practical, situations, and if possible, we were looking to see these applications in the countries of our region, and then we also looked into economics of this technology. So now I'd like to ask Yevgen Kuzin to tell us about the trends in Ukraine. Here we go.
Yeah, thanks, Andrei. Please give me an opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Yevgen Kuzin. For the past 12 years, I have been working for the Ukrainian analytical agency Fruit-Inform. And for the past 6 years, I have also been working as a horticulture market analyst at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And as far as I understand, we are all gathered here to summarize what we have heard during this conference. So I would like to say many thanks to all speakers for presenting us various high-tech opportunities which can successfully be used in the countries of our project in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia. As I'm from Ukraine, I will speak about high-tech opportunities in Ukraine, and I also have my colleague present here, Alexander. So as we are both from Ukraine, we have decided to divide our short speeches by sectors. I will speak more about vegetable growing, and Alexander will make a short speech about fruit growing. And by the way, it is the fruit growing segment in Ukraine that can be considered the most high-tech segment in the Ukrainian horticulture market, because the Ukrainian vegetable sector lacks such rapid high-tech introduction rates such that are present in the fruit segment. And there are several reasons for this lack, but the main reason is the scale of an average vegetable business in Ukraine. Because, for example, comparing the average scale of a vegetable business in Ukraine, if we compare it to the scale of an average business that is involved into, for example, production of corns or any other global commodity sector, we can say that the scale of a vegetable business is rather small. What does it mean for the vegetable business development? A small scale of an average vegetable business means that a sector it is much harder for business representatives to find new investment opportunities to introduce high-tech into their business. It also means that the market in vegetables is much more volatile than, for example, the market for other global commodities.
I will just complement what Evgeny said. Volatility of the market has a big impact, much bigger impact than many people think, on how you invest in the sector. For example, we have measured for many years the how much price could change on a year for the same product. So what do you think could the price difference be for, let's say, grains? For example, today is what, 25th of April, 2023. Next year on the same day, how different can the grain price be? For example, wheat price. 2 times, okay. How about apples? Wholesale price, not retail price, wholesale price. 10 times? 10% less, okay. And how about vegetables?
Yeah, let's speak about onions, for example.
Well, cabbage is better. What do you think the difference can be on the same day for vegetables? 5 times. It's pretty close. Actually, for cabbage, cabbage is the worst because sometimes it's worth nothing, sometimes it's very expensive. So for cabbage, we've noticed the biggest difference was 20 times. 20 times on the same day in the same market of the same quality. For fruits, for apples, for example, but apples are not the worst, but for apples you can see a difference 4 times, not 10%, 4 times. So apple is also very risky, but less risky than cabbage. And for grains, yes, it's maximum. Actually, I think 2 times never happened, but 2 times is probably very close to the reality. So it's much more risky to grow fruits and vegetables, and this is why for vegetables, the investors are choosing vegetables very rarely, you know, because it's a very risky business. And this is why most of the vegetable production, most of the investments in the vegetable production are going into the protected environment, because if you cannot protect the market, you can at least protect yourself from other risks. Okay, Evgen.
Yeah, thank you, Andrei. Yeah, and this huge price volatility also attracts a lot of non-professional newcomers to the market and provokes even professional farmers to play the so-called vegetable casino when seasons with extremely high prices are interchanged with seasons with extremely low prices. And on a national level or on a sector level, this means that the sector lacks these high-tech introductory rapid rates. But nevertheless, even in the Ukrainian vegetable sectors, there are some interesting high-tech opportunities. And surprisingly, these are the sectors that have started just from scratch, or the sectors that have faced rather serious challenges in the recent times. Let's say, for example, about the greenhouse business, because the concept of greenhouse business, the concept of growing produce on a locked area with a locked ecosystem already means the high-tech opportunities. And also, we are speaking about the vertical farming in Ukraine. We can dispute a lot, about the concept of vertical farming, but taking into account global reduction of arable lands and global population growth, each project that involves like more height and less area of land already has very interesting high-tech opportunities. And speaking about vertical farming in Ukraine, we can already separate microgreen business from this segment. As in the recent years, the development of microgreen business in Ukraine, so this segment made such a progress that as of today, microgreens are successfully produced on various production sites, starting from professional greenhouses and ending with simple balconies of ordinary apartments. Now I would like to ask Alexander to take it on and speak about the Ukrainian fruit market opportunities in the high-tech segment. And thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, thank you, Evgen. Just let me please introduce myself. I'm Alexander Khorev, and I am value chain specialist as work and international consultant FAO. And I am a Fruit and Farm project manager in Ukraine. So a few words about the use of new technologies in fruit growing sector in Ukraine. Nowadays, Ukraine is the leader in use high-tech technology in among in the Eastern Europe countries and some other countries in the Western Europe. Use of weather stations. Today, the large producers, apples and other fruit, use weather stations, especially when it comes to growing high quality apples for export. Next, the use of drones in fruit growing sector in Ukraine. The drones indeed are most actively used in the cultivations, grains and oil seeds, as these crops are much more valuable when it comes to the global market perspective. Drones are still being actively tested on fruit plantation, but in our opinion, they will be actively used in near future in Ukraine. Alternative energy sources. Today in Ukraine, there are a lot of energy production projects with the use of alternative methods. But if we are speaking about using them in fruit growing, then unfortunately at the moment they don't fully fulfill the mission and concept of a renewable source. Today the energy generated by solar panels, cost effective and easy to sell to the national energy systems.
I will explain this point. In Ukraine, there is a legislation that guarantees a minimum price of the energy generated by renewables, and this price is very high. So anyone who installs any solar panel anywhere would be much better off selling this energy to the grid instead of using it on the farm, because then you can get the government to pay you a lot of money, or actually the energy company. So this is a system that has a big problem for the development of renewable energy system in Ukraine, but unfortunately it was it's the legislation that the government of the corrupt government of Yanukovych ex-president adopted to subsidize some oligarchs who made a lot of money on this, and it cannot be changed because in the legislation the price was guaranteed for many years. So now we have to pay for it there in Ukraine, and this is why the renewable use of in horticulture and other subsectors is very limited at the moment. Okay.
Thank you, Andrei. As you all know, today is a very difficult time for Ukraine. Due to Russia's military aggression, development in the sector of high technology used in horticulture is suspended. We hoped to win in the near future, and Ukraine every prospect of remaining the leader among Eastern European countries in the application of the high technologies in the fruit and vegetable sector. Thank you. I wish you good luck and peaceful skies.
Thank you, Alexander. Actually, we are now discussing the renovation, or let's say recovery of Ukrainian irrigation system. You know that in the south of Ukraine we had the biggest irrigation system in Europe that is presently dysfunctional and almost completely destroyed by the Russian aggressors. And that system will take many years to rebuild from scratch, but it also gives us an opportunity to integrate renewables into the system, and we are already discussing with some of the international financial institutions. For example, using the cover of the channels made out of solar panels to protect the water quality and many other aspects that we will use the space more beneficially. Also, the water, it's a cold water that goes through underneath the panels, and you know that the big problem of the solar panels is that when they heat up, when it's hot outside, they lose efficiency. So water flowing underneath is cooling the panels, and the efficiency is going up. So this is one of the projects that we are already discussing, and this would be a use of renewable energy in horticulture as well, because most of this water is used for horticulture in the south of Ukraine. And I'd like to add to the fact that in Ukraine, you've probably seen the onion shock of this year, right? The prices of onions were very high. It's partly because of the Russian aggression, because the production in Ukraine is most of the production, because production was very concentrated in the south of Ukraine. This territory is occupied, so there is no production anymore, and this is about there are different estimates, but I think it's at least 600,000 tons, maybe even more, of onions that got taken out of production system. So there is a big challenge in Ukraine now to move this up north and maybe west, and that means that we will have to install also some drying facilities for onions, which we didn't have to do in the south of Ukraine. Anyways, moving on. Thanks very much, colleagues from Ukraine. Let's jump to Tajikistan. We have a famous gentleman here, Bakhtiyor Abdulwahidov, who is a hero of many films posted on East Fruit YouTube channel. He's an entrepreneur, he's our consultant, and he is the pioneer of all kinds of modern technologies in Tajikistan. So he can give us a quick snapshot of what's going on in Tajikistan with respect to adaptation of modern digital technologies.
Thank you. My greeting and big thanks for organizing these events, and thanks to speakers. Very interesting speech was today, and I'm sure I will look and watch YouTube again to fully understand, because some ideas was totally new for me, some need to be updated. So it was extremely interesting. From my side, in Tajikistan also going some trends, and we are using this today presented hotbird. This is water controller system. So we're using many different brand of also this water controlling system. Personally, I'm using this this system, Hunter. We also installed meteorological stations. Olga today informed about different stage, professional one, primary, professional, advanced, virtual. So we have some net of station which is on, might be installed as a professional one, but used as a primary one. But this all meteorological station connected to the state system, so by updating in knowledge and needs, some information could be used on integrated and need some soft to use for like predicting some activity on crop protection. Also, we are already using solar panels, not widely like in Ukraine, as said today, but already made some steps doing this. Today I would like to outline some interesting trend which will be future. It's irrigation under surface. And in the situation where in Tajikistan, now we are selling most energy outside the country, and still we, in the winter, do not have electricity in most areas. So this will be some steps to move forward and develop agricultural sector. And some activity going on the growing berries to the pyramid side, some thinking about vertical growing, and thanks to Marite that she showed some mistakes which could be done, because most people, I think 99%, doing this and then mistaking and says that why I didn't learn it before, but by participating in such conference, and at least people who do not participate can watch this in our YouTube channel, they can learn about this and do not pay money and time. Thank you, and I would like to pass to Daria.
Daria, neighbors, Uzbekistan. How advanced is Uzbekistan in digital horticulture?
Okay, I try to give you a short brief in technology situation in Uzbekistan. Weather station is quite common in Uzbekistan. Many of weather stations were installed within the framework of a project of international organization and foreign investors. However, here I want to note one thing, what the full potential of weather station is not fully used. It's turned out the situation installed and forgotten why. The import of drones and quadrocopters into Uzbekistan has been banned since 2015, except in special cases at the discretion of the Cabinet of Ministers. Legal entities can import and use drones for own purpose, but only with special permit. Now this right is mainly used only by agriculture. Starting from November 2021, drones with a takeoff weight up to 100 kilograms can be used for agri-technical activities. GZOC organic livestock clusters pioneered the use of drones for field mapping, crop growth monitoring, disease diagnosis, and pest control. In February 2021, GZOC Organic received permission to operate unmanned aerial vehicles from the Civil Aviation Agency of Uzbekistan. Thus, due to existing limitations, drones are not widely used. What about irrigation? Uzbekistan is one of the least efficiency water users in the world. Recognized the shortage of water, the government of Uzbekistan began to actively provide support for the introduction of water-saving technologies in cotton and horticulture. Adopted regulatory requirements for intensive gardens to include drip irrigation and our water-saving technology in investment packages. As a result, area irrigated with water-saving technology has increased from 1.7% in 2018 to 19.7% in 2021. But this is mainly overground irrigation, not high technology. Also, especially priority in Uzbekistan is given to the use of solar energy. Uzbekistan has an average and 330 sunny days per year, and potential of solar energy is huge and should be used more effectively. That's all.
Thanks very much. I've seen a lot of innovation in Uzbekistan when traveling around, and I think irrigation is probably the area where you would see a lot of advancement there, because that's that could change the whole agriculture of Uzbekistan if properly implemented. Okay, we now also have, in our project we also have Moldova. And in Moldova, Moldova is a very special country. It's actually the biggest exporter of, was the biggest exporter of fruits and vegetables among these countries in the region until Ukraine overtook it about 3 or 4 years ago. But it still is a very, very large exporter. And I mean, Uzbekistan is bigger, has always been bigger, but we consider Uzbekistan as a separate case. Anyway, in Moldova, they are now, and Sergey is from Ukraine, but he works in Moldova, and so there is a lot of development, there is a lot of innovation, and there is a lot of progress. I think the best thing that happened to Moldova was last year's problems with access to the Russian market, which stimulated the development of innovation in horticulture of Moldova. So we are going to see a lot more drones used. We are going to see a lot more efficient use of weather stations and sensors. And we will see, and Sergey is telling us that he will show us on videos how they install subsurface drip irrigation in orchards, vineyards, and in vegetable fields. And you probably have seen videos of vertical farms in Moldova, so it's all, you know, very, very active there. And now I would like to ask Katerina what she thinks top 3 high-tech trends in Georgia are and would be, and would this conference impact what's happening in the digital horticulture of Moldova? She was not prepared for that question.
In Georgia. I think that first of all, that first of all, pooling, green logistics is the thing that should have been already here, but since the retail sector is booming and there are a lot of immigrants, GDP is increasing, so we expect further growth, and hence growth of the sector, the share of retail, formalized retail, and it requires these smart boxes to be introduced. But the thing that this topic is a bit so it's not well, let's say it's in the beginning. Several retailers are trying to introduce it, but it's like sporadical actions. As for drones, there are also some trials, but actually drones are used here more for plant protection rather than imaging. So it's the specific of the country. Maybe because of the small plots and also a big boost to the sector, if we can say this, gave the brown marmorated bug, which is insect that infected hazelnuts. It was a big disaster for the sector, and that's why quick application of plant protection with drones was very useful. And then the sector further developed. Unfortunately, subsurface irrigation and impulse irrigation was not applied in the right way. That's why these mistakes a bit impeded this development trend. But drip irrigation is a must in every orchard, as well as meteo stations and further development like introduction of sensors and all supported systems. But maybe sensors is not, you can find not in every orchard, as for instance drip irrigation. We don't speak about robotics. So far, as far we have affordable labor. And you see that with raising tourism and visitors and raising incomes, vertical farming, there are already several vertical farms. It's a very niche segment, but it's an interesting development that provides exclusive and rare exotic herbs and spices and edible flowers to the market. But this market is only HoReCa sector mainly. What else? Yeah, and absolutely. Renewables, which is solar panels, is also very on the top because of the development possibility to sell the power to grid. But in terms of agriculture, it's very useful in remote areas where there is no opportunities for using power grid. And diesel pumps are very expensive to run and also not sustainable and harmful for the environment. So I believe that this technology also will develop well because there is just no alternatives for irrigation, or you have to plant something that doesn't require water, which is not possible. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thanks very much. I think everyone can draw his or her own conclusions based on the information that you've gathered today. I can make my subjective conclusions from what I've heard, and I've heard many things that are really exciting. I was really impressed by the opportunities that exist in the further development of subsurface irrigation, biological protection of plants. Unfortunately, today we could not spend more time because it's already tiring, but I'm excited about the opportunities that exist in protected cultivation. We could have a separate conference on this or maybe several, but I think in Georgia you have a lot of opportunities. And if we say protected environment, it doesn't mean it has to be a glass house or a greenhouse from plastic. It could also be a net house, or it could be closed net house system. You have them. Any apple orchard with the net, with the hail net, it's called the hail net, but it's much more than the hail net. It protects you from the sunburns. It protects you partially from the birds, and from many other things. So I think the trend is to have a much closer environment, to limit the risks. And all of the technologies that we spoke about today have future. Some have immediate future, some have a distant future. I'm very happy to see the presentation of UAVs, and tomorrow people who go to the farm will see them in operation. But my main hope is that these companies that run drones, that operate them, that use them, that they will pay more attention to horticulture. That's what we are trying to do, because there is not enough experience in using them in horticulture. And we don't have enough information to draw hard conclusions on this, but we will keep pushing to see if we can actually achieve things. If people don't know anything or much about drones in Holland, Netherlands, or in Italy, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't know either. We could take the first step and be the pioneers of understanding these technologies, and that's what we are trying to do here in this project and in general. Also, speaking about renewables, I'd like to call on every investor and every farmer to look for opportunities to include them in your business, because this is the cheapest source of energy at the moment if you're talking about solar, for example. And solar of any scale is already possible. It's also relatively cheap in terms of investments. So it's good to have that, because it also draws attention of financial institutions. It also gives you more independence in the case of remote areas. In some countries like Ukraine, Uzbekistan, it's very, very expensive to connect to the grid. And it's also sometimes even impossible. Even in Ukraine, some projects that have a nice plan, piece of land, have water, everything, but to connect to the grid, they have to pay $2 million. It's a crazy amount of money. And you can solve that problem using solar, sometimes combination of solar and wind. Why not? So solar definitely something, and renewables is definitely something we're gonna look for. Green logistics, extremely important. Foldable crates, you don't have to design anything. It's there, just take it and implement it. Also, it's a business opportunity. Whoever gets there first in Georgia is going to be running this business. So, yeah, okay, we have a gentleman already decided. All you need is probably, I don't know, Fedor doesn't stay in the room, but I'd say maybe 1 million euro would be enough to start the business in Georgia. And it's a nice business, if properly structured. So, and there are lots of opportunities that could be, for example, HortiTech just gave you for free a business opportunity to grow cheremsha in the wild garlic in vertical farms. It's a very expensive and it's a very demanded product. So why not? It's a business opportunity. And I see how excited Bakhtiyor is, because he's heard so many ideas that he's now can't wait to come back to Tajikistan and implement them right there. So spreading the knowledge is extremely important for the development of the sector. And if you don't mind, I would kindly ask each of you to share the links to the video of this conference with your friends, with your colleagues, to make sure that they understand the opportunities that exist and they don't miss out on them. And we certainly hope you don't miss on your opportunities, and we wish you a very nice evening, and enjoy the wine and fine food of Georgia, and we will certainly try to enjoy it too. Thanks very much.
უღრმესი მადლობა ყველა მონაწილესთვის. მინდა ასევე ხაზი გაუსვა ის, რომ ხვალ ჩვენ თითქმის ყველა ეს ტექნოლოგიები ვნახავთ ვაშლის ბაღში, ტირიფონი fruits და დეტალები
fruits, Tirifoni gardens, and the chat will include the details about where we will be meeting, etc., other logistics, and you can use a QR code to access that. If you have not done so already, I would like to wish you all success.
And
if there will be any questions, you can use this chat to send these questions, and we will be translating them for our speakers for them to be able to address and respond.